Hello, welcome to the special meeting of the Sustainability and Infrastructure Commission this Wednesday evening, March 26th. I now call this meeting to order. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, Madam Clerk, could you please call the roll?
Yes. Commissioner Krantz? Commissioner Krantz?
Can you please call the roll?
Are you here?
Yes, I'm here. Commissioner Krantz is President of Council.
Commissioner Rowinski?
Here.
Chair Narita?
Here.
Vice Chair Michael? Here. Commissioner Robbins?
Here.
Thank you.
Great. So we are excited to be here in person with options for those who choose not to be in person to still participate virtually. For those attending in person, please complete a yellow request to speak slip and hand it to the clerk. If participating remotely, use the raise your hand feature in Zoom and you will be called on at the appropriate time. If calling in via phone, press *9 to raise your hand, and then when called upon, press *6 to unmute. These options for public comment will remain available until I close the public comment period for that specific item. And so, Madam Clerk, my understanding is because this is a special meeting, we don't do general public comment. We're going straight to the items. Is that correct? Okay, great. Just for everyone's awareness of how these things work. Okay. So therefore, our first item on the agenda is wireless permit approval at 724 West Poplar appeal. And so just as a reminder, the process that we do for these appeals is that staff will provide a presentation, appellant will have an opportunity to present, the applicant will also have an opportunity to present. We'll take public comment after that, and then the appellant and the applicant will each have some time for rebuttal. After that, commission asks questions and we have a discussion, and then we will make a decision. Okay, so with that said, hi, Jay and Jason, thank you.
Good evening. I'm Jason Hilary, Senior Engineer for Public Works. This is our presentation for the wireless permit appeal at 724 West Poplar. With me is Jay Yu, Engineering Manager overseeing these permits. The presentation will go over the background of the wireless permit review and, the background of the wireless permit review, the appeal process, the permit in question, and the appeal points, and staff's recommendation and commission steps. A quick overview is that the staff determined that the application was in conformance of the applicable standards. The proposed site was the only feasible existing structure. The limited exceptions were warranted and granted, and these permits are categorically exempt from CEQA review. Staff recommends denial of the appeal and adopting a statement. So the permitting involves review and decisions process. Review is performed by staff with consultants, and after a decision is made, noticing is sent and a 5-day appeal window is open, which leads us to this hearing here today, where the commissioners will make a decision to either uphold or reverse the director's decision, and all of this is supposed to fit within the FCC's shot clock deadline. So background on the appeal process is, please keep in mind that for the appeal hearings, the appellant has the burden of proof to convince the commission to overturn the director's decision, which was based on city standards, site location, pole selection, and design criteria, and that the city is federally preempted from regulating based on effects of RF emissions that are compliant with the FCC's limits, and also that the city cannot control or regulate a provider's objectives. So this permit was for a facility on an existing wood pole at 724 West Poplar in the San Mateo Park neighborhood, and was applied for back in July of 2023. Here are two simulations of the proposed facility on a sidearm extending away from the street on that existing wood pole. The proposed site was approved as it is the least obtrusive of technically feasible existing structures in the area. for which this one is the only technically feasible structure in the area. You can see that all the poles outside of the circle in blue are considered technically infeasible in that they would not be able to meet the provider's objectives based on the equipment's limited signal quality beyond that range. And on that note, staff, having discussed with our third-party RF consultants, found that to be an acceptable justification. And for poles within the circle, they've been ruled infeasible based on other regulations such as CPUC's GO95 and PG&E standards. To give some background on that 200-foot, this is an RSRP prediction model that indicates basically the quality of signal between a device and the antenna. This is under an unobstructed scenario, ideal conditions, and at about 200 feet, the signal quality becomes too low to meet the provider's objectives. So that's giving you some background on the basis. And then the other primary reason a pole would be infeasible is the GO95 clearance issue. So this figure was taken from GO95's document with the relevant measurements to help you visualize how the clearance requirements are applied. So for a sidearm, and I'll start from the bottom, for a sidearm to fit below the lowest comm lines, the line needs to be at least 23 feet from the ground. And for a sidearm to fit between the electrical and a communication line, those lines need to be at least 11 feet apart. And for it to fit between electrical and an electrical line, it needs to be somewhere between 13 feet and maybe 15 feet, depending on the voltage. And if it was on top of the pole, there needs to be at least 6 to 10 feet of existing wood pole, as PG&E doesn't allow a pole extension. Other things to consider is span guy wires. Those also need 2 feet of vertical clearance, climbing space on the poles if there's already other equipment. So these are all reasons why GO95 would apply to make a pole infeasible. And to go into the alternatives that are within the 200-foot range, alternate 8, shown on the left, it doesn't have space above, between, or below to meet those clearance requirements I had just mentioned. Alt 9, it doesn't have space above, between, or below to meet those requirements. Furthermore, you can see that the top of the pole, it does look close to 6, but on top of that, it's got a very poor condition, so it would be unsafe to attach to. And then there's actually a equipment box on it that needs 2 feet of vertical clearance as well. So that is actually the lowest structure, or actually, there's a span guy as well on this pole. So both of those need 2 feet vertical clearance. So there's no way to fit a sidearm below any of that. And then Alt 19, same thing. There's no space on top between the electrical, between the comms, or below it to fit a sidearm or a top mount. And on 19, there's also a communications box. Looks like a fiber panel that needs 2 feet vertical clearance as well. So that is the lowest equipment that you have to maintain that clearance from. So all of those are deemed technically infeasible pretty much by GO95 clearance requirements. There was one appeal submitted for this permit, and it can be boiled down to around 9 categories, and I'll walk you through each one of them. The appellant's first position is that the proposed site is not the least obtrusive and that there are better options. Also, that the canister is designed for up to 3 antennas, but the site is only using 2 antennas. Crown's response was simply that they complied with the application requirements, but staff's response is that there was only one technically feasible existing pole to use, which was the proposed site. Therefore, it ended up being the least obtrusive location. The design complies with GO95 in that cylindrical shroud is a design that's the minimum necessary to make a 2 antenna design into a canister. And a canister is considered the least obtrusive simply because the shrouding between the antennas, if you were to shroud straight between 2 antennas, that shape isn't that shape in the silhouette isn't as nice as a cylinder, which is more akin to the pole shape and typical pole equipment like a transformer. So I'll give you some visuals on other types of options. The left is the unshrouded version of a 2-pole antenna. The middle is if you were to shroud directly between the 2 antennas. The bottom is actually for a 3 antenna setup, just so you can picture if you were to shroud between 3 antennas. And on the right is what's proposed, a cylinder that is designed for up to 3 antennas. The second position claims that the proposed site obstructs their views from their home windows. Again, Crown claimed that the application requirements were met and that the equipment does not block the view. Staff's response was that the design standard says to not obstruct views to the extent feasible. Given that this is the only feasible location and configuration, the view of the sidearm and that the view of the sidearm is obscured by a tree foliage between the window, the applicant avoided obstructing views to their extent feasible. And here is a view of the pole and the nearby tree that could potentially screen the antenna from the home. The third position is that there's a heritage tree within 5 feet of the radio that would be impacted by the facility, either by the fiber optic trenching or the RF emissions. Staff's response was that the nearby heritage tree's trunk is approximately 10 to 12 feet away from the proposed facility, and that the project does not propose any tree removal or anticipate tree damage. Pruning is allowed in the design standards, and a separate tree permit would be required for any pruning of a protected tree. And then furthermore, the RF report confirms that they would comply with the FCC limits for RF emissions, and that the city cannot regulate RF emissions that do comply with the FCC limits. There happen to be no limits for trees. Position 4 claims that the design does not comply with the horizontal projection limits, which is 24 inches, and that a top mount antenna or replacement pole should have been feasible options. Crown's response was that there are no existing space per the GO 95 rules, 94, and that rearrangement couldn't occur per GO 95 rules 37 and 38. Staff's response is that a limited exception was granted for the horizontal projection exceeding our limits, since GO 95 clearance requires a 36-inch separation. And top mounting was considered infeasible due to the lack of existing pole above the electrical lines, and PG&E does not allow pole extensions. And for pole replacement, there are no design criteria or application requirements that stipulate when a pole replacement can be required, and that there are no feasible alternatives that could have in the area that could have accommodated a top mount antenna rather than this proposed side-on. Moving on to position 5, claims that the alternative sites analysis was too conclusory to dismiss alts 8, 9, and 19, and insufficient to deem the sites beyond the 200-foot infeasible. They also call out alternatives that should be considered better options. Crown's response is that the city is preempted from regulating their coverage objective, which ties to how sites beyond their 200-foot target objective circle would fail to meet their objective based on the equipment's limitations. Staff's response is that we accepted the alternate sites analysis as justifications for infeasibility, and that alts 8, 9, and 19 cannot meet GO 95 requirements, making them infeasible. And on the subject of the 200-foot range, after discussing with our third-party RF consultants, staff accepted the equipment limitations for an infeasibility outside of the 200-foot range. So, speaking on the 8, 9, and 10 again, these are those same poles again, the ones within 200 feet. On the left, there was no space above, between, or below to meet GO 95. In the middle, no space above, between, or below, and on the right, no space above, between, or below. Here are the applicant's preferred, or the appellant's preferred alternatives. 10, 17, 18, 19, and 20, highlighted on the right. 10 is located in a median. It is located too far to meet the target objective, but it also has clearance issues on the top, between, or at bottom. Alternate 17 is also too far to meet the target objective, but it has clearance issues on the top, between, and interestingly, this is actually a pole replacement in progress. So the pole on the left is going to be moved, all the wires on the pole on the left will be moved to the pole on the right, and then the pole on the left will be taken down. Once those cables move to the right, then there still would be no space to fit an antenna. Alternate 18 is located too far to meet the objective, but it also has a transformer. And by PG&E standards, they're not allowed to attach to a site that has a transformer. Alt 19 is one that's within 200-foot circle. It didn't have space above, between, or below. Alt 20 is located too far from the objective area, but it has a transformer. So it also would be technically infeasible on that basis. And then again, here's the proposed site. It's the existing wood pole with a sidearm attachment. Position 6 is about environmental. The appellant claims that San Mateo Park should be considered have historic protections under NEPA and CEQA, that the application doesn't comply with American Disabilities Act, NEPA or CEQA, and that the environmental form has errors and is incomplete. Crown's response was that the project is exempt from NEPA and CEQA per the nationwide programmatic agreement for co-location of wireless antennas adopted by the FCC, and that their environmental form was filled out consistent to other previously approved permits. Staff's response is that San Mateo Park does not have historic designation right now. The application requirements do not require NEPA documentation. There's no ADA concern as there's no sidewalk and there are no ground-mounted equipment proposed. And the environmental form was sufficient to confirm that the project is categorically exempt. Position 7 claims that there is no demonstration of effective prohibition. There is no establishment of personal wireless services or commercial mobile services, that the applicant had not demonstrated the technical service objectives, and that there were no factual reasons why there are no feasible alternatives. Staff's response was that the proposed location and design are the only technically feasible alternate options aside from a new freestanding pole. And per the design standards, a freestanding pole cannot be allowed if there is a feasible option on an existing pole, such as an existing wood pole with a sidearm. And further, staff determined that the application was complete, which included the project's technical objectives and reasons why there are no feasible alternatives. Position 8 claims that the purpose and technical objectives memo was too boilerplate, did not justify the site or height, did not establish it was for personal wireless services, did not include a service or coverage map, did not demonstrate capacity problems, and the network map was not for Verizon. Also, the noise certification was outdated and the notices were posted back in July 2023 when it was applied for without any subsequent notices. Crown's response was that they filled the application requirements. The noise compliance report was still valid, and the site was renoticed in March 2024, and the posted notices were fixed corrected in January 2025. Staff's response is that the project and purposes and technical objectives memo was sufficient for us to understand the project's objectives. Service area or coverage maps are not a requirement in the application requirements. The city does not regulate coverage or capacity. The network map is for the applicant and owner, which is Crown, and the noise report is for the exact same equipment, which confirms the design is still compliant, and that notices are only required for the initial submittal per the 2021 design standards. There are no requirements for noticing of subsequent resubmittals. On the subject of understanding the project, the staff uses the full application to understand different aspects of the project. The purpose and technical objectives memo provides the project's purpose, justification, objectives, and network, while the rest of the document provides the information on a detailed design, location, position, and the alternatives. The final position is that the application did not address fire risks or financial protection from damages, and that they have a history of construction issues. Staff's response is that there are no requirements under the 2021 design standards or ordinance that relate to a fire risk. The fire marshal does not believe that there are any additional fire risks associated with small cells, and that the remainder of the positions are not applicable to the director's decision. With that, staff concludes that the application did satisfy our standards and ordinance and comply with the FCC regulations. It was the only technically feasible existing support structure to use, limited exceptions were warranted and granted, and the projects was subject to CEQA, which it is categorically exempt. Therefore, we recommend denial of the appeal and adoption of his statement. And that's about it. Thank you.
Thank you. All righty. So at this point, the appellant will have 15 minutes to speak if they so desire.
Is the mic on?
Thank you. Is this better? Excellent. Thanks for pointing that out. As before, I want to start out just by objecting to the jurisdiction of the commission based on the current ordinance requiring that this hearing be before a hearing officer. The proposed, next slide, please. Just maybe I'll just do a motion. Thank you. There are many of them. Okay, so this proposed location is not the least visually obtrusive. We're going to be discussing a number of alternatives that will help us understand that. Next slide, please. So one thing that's very important about this location and the design that's chosen for it is that Crown Castle is using just 2 antennas as opposed to many of the previous applications that involve 3 antennas. You can see in the EME report that those antennas are almost in a straight line opposite one another. And they're at the 50-degree and 240-degree mark on a compass. What that means is that you can have a much narrower shroud. Now, until today, I had not seen these sort of cubist simulations that were shown in the staff presentation, but I would never expect that you would want to see designs like that. What you would expect is a machined shroud that would be ovular in shape and would be smooth. It wouldn't have that sort of odd industrial-looking corners to it. And naturally, there are many companies actually that do sell and produce shrouds, and it's actually quite a relatively simple thing to make. In any case, if you use radio frequency non-permeable materials, and they can be made in virtually any shape. So the notion would be that you would have one that actually fits correctly the antennas that are here. The plans incorrectly show 3 antennas inside the designed shroud. And that's the reason for that specific width. Now, if you have a narrower shroud, you also solve a different problem, which is a requirement in number 16, that the projection be no more or no greater than required for compliance with such laws. Right now, it extends further out than it needs to, but if that shroud side was diminished, it would be able to be closer to the pole. Next slide, please. There also are, you can see a number of issues with the pole itself. Next slide, please. And now I think this is where we get into what alternatives really are available and which ones are not. So we saw in the staff presentation that there is a transmission distance asserted of 200 feet. And therefore, anything beyond 200 feet is automatically deemed to be not feasible, as though there's a Faraday cage or some other magic way that just stops out there. However, that assumes that the pole is your coverage objective, that basically you're trying to meet the coverage at that pole, and you want to know whether the pole's out over here and over there can transmit out to this pole. However, and what I'm showing here in this comparison table, is there's no correlation between the selection of this pole and the coverage objective factors that Verizon or Crown Castle should be using. The poles that are available to them were placed there by PG&E for a whole range of reasons. Their availability is due to a lot of reasons that thankfully staff, I appreciate, showed us today in that helpful diagram of some of those spacing distances, transformers, proximity to trees, the strength of the pole, factors that have nothing to do with coverage objectives. Now, technical drivers of coverage objectives are the position, power, type of existing Verizon facilities to see is there coverage here from those existing facilities. What is the target signal strength? And that's something that's shown in dBMs. What is the download and upload speed in megabits per second? That's how 5G is measured by the FCC. What is the latency, meaning how quickly can those uploads or downloads happen? What are the dropped calls, how often they happen, under what conditions do they happen? What is the call loading, meaning what percentage of the capacity of the nearby sites are already taken up? How many customers are there? How many customers do we expect to be there? What's their usage characteristics? Are they watching 50 Netflix videos at the same time? And what's the topography? Are there trees or large buildings or hills? None of those factors have anything to do with where this pole is located. And in fact, Crown Castle insists that they're not going to tell us those. Let's look at the next slide, please. Thank you. So we see here that actually we can understand a bit about what their actual technical objective is by the fact they took two antennas and they're directing them in a particular orientation. So what we should be asking is, what other sites could best meet the coverage objectives in that orientation that's showed in the EME report? Next slide, please. Now, this is very crude, but you can see that what would typically be done is you see multiple alternatives, and then you can assess how well those other alternatives, based on the beamforming characteristics, the number of antennas you have, the antenna angles, the trade-offs between those alternatives. Let's take the next slide. It'll look better. Okay, great. This is a slide from Ericsson. Ericsson designs and manufactures this antenna, and in a presentation that they gave in Las Vegas in 2022, they show you some potential distances that these antennas actually can transmit. And we see here is that in the indoor environment is the most difficult environment to transmit to. There is quite fast speeds at 100 meters and even up to, let's say, 300 or 400 meters. So we're talking 330 feet all the way out to maybe closer to 1,000 feet in an indoor environment. And what we see in the pink numbers, those are non-line of sight. That's the situation we're talking about, where you may not be pointing directly at this antenna. This would suggest that it's totally not appropriate to limit the alternatives only to 200 feet. Let's look at the next slide, please. Thank you. So we see a couple of things. Now, last time we heard at the March 12th hearing that the direction of advice given by the experts for the city was actually that the range is 200, 300 feet. So that brings in a few more options as well that were categorically excluded without any other explanation. I also put in a public record request to ask about the alternative expert analysis that was done. So, was there expert analysis about this site? Was this site submitted to any experts on behalf of staff, or did they do any specific analysis of the GEO-95 issues for this specific site? I did not receive back any copies of any reports. Next slide, please. This is another example of sort of what typically this use case is. That's from that same presentation. And this slide actually is not it's from Qualcomm, not from Ericsson, but it was talking about the same basic type of technology. And the idea is because the massive amount of use that this can enable, you use these in transit hubs and city centers and shopping centers and stadiums and amphitheaters and gyms and conference centers and other places where you have a tremendous number of users. Let's look at the next slide, please. And so that's where we see, you look at the far right bottom corner, we're using the Street Macro 6705. And what it shows here is that it has 1,000 times higher data volumes, 10 to 100 times typical user data rates, 5 times lower latency, and 10 to 100 times more connected devices. However, next slide, please. We really only are able to, according to 200 feet notion, basically, next slide, please, just covers 6 or 7 homes, regular homes. Not like data center homes or, I don't know, the chief of staff of the president's home or just a regular home. So it's hard to understand how this coverage objective is clearly defined or reasonable, which is the requirement that the policy has for granting an exception. Now, Crown Castle has repeated many times that the city cannot judge or pass judgment on the coverage objective that they have. What that means is, in the sense that they are correct about, legally the city cannot say, we just would prefer that you provide coverage to other people or in a different manner or at a different speed, therefore deny this one until you come and give us the coverage we want. But that does not mean, when they have an obligation to show there's an effective prohibition, that they can just install whatever they wish. What they install has to result in an effective remedying an effective prohibition on personal wireless services. And according to the various tests that you may be applying, are the material inhibition test. There must be a material inhibition. And that will require you to understand something about the materiality of what they're trying to do, the extent to which it's inhibited. If you're looking at the significant gap test, you'd have to then say, is there a significant gap in coverage? And are these the least intrusive means of meeting that need? And because you're in that mode of assessing the reasonableness of them doing this thing that does not comply with the city's policies, in the sense that it has these various exceptions, it's not only a question of what is their objective. It's also a question of, does it meet the city's policies and does it meet the federal standards that entitle them to preempt the city's policies? Now, there are a few ways in which this notion would make sense, however, the 200 feet notion. And there are counterfactuals that don't really fit in with what Crown Castle is saying. For instance, probably it just goes a lot more than 200 feet. That would make a lot more sense. Because a business case for all this whole process, me being here, everyone else being here, reapplying so many times, building the thing, trenching it for 6 or 7 homes, it doesn't make sense from a business standpoint. So maybe it just transports a lot further. The other possibility is they're not really trying to provide their coverage objective is not the ultra fast high band, but it's actually the slightly lower upload speed that transmits much, much further at the far ends. The other possibility, and we'll look at the next slide, is it's simply a different business model. So they also provide 5G home internet. 5G home internet is not personal wireless service. It's not to mobile devices per se. It's simply trying to compete with Comcast or whoever it is that's providing the wired internet. We see next slide, please. Okay. So based on what we just saw, it's conclusory to say that anything over 200 feet is excluded. And the policy requires that anything that is conclusory is deemed essentially incomplete and not accepted as evidence. Now, there are 3 alternatives that I want to discuss, but I also saw that there is another alternative that was discussed by staff, and that's 17, which is 382 feet away, which is interesting because apparently that pole is being replaced, which would suggest that there should be opportunities to work with PG&E to make that pole a more preferred configuration. But let's go to the next slide. We can look at some of these alternatives. Great, thank you. So we see alternatives 7 and 10. Next slide, please. Now, what's important to recognize here is that Crown Castle is seeking to place their antenna at the arm position below the telecoms, meaning they are not seeking to place them above telecoms. And what you will see if you look at their own plans, and that's A1.3, they've rearranged a lot of these communication lines. So they're no longer in a vertical format. Can I see the next slide, please? And so let's look at the next slide after that. Thank you. Yes, so this is table 2, the famous table 2. So all of these sites that are within 200 feet are asserted to be infeasible because of table 2, columns A through H. Now, A through H covers a lot of possibilities, all the way up to 75,000 volts, which clearly is not what's happening here. We are only talking about one of these columns. Crown Castle will not identify which of the columns are applicable and why that is the case. They also only focus on those alternatives that are above, but the preferred configuration that they are requesting is not above. And the language they use is very precise. They could use any language they want. They could use, they could say above or below, and they could cite then to the applicable sections of the GO95 requirements. But here they're citing specifically to this, and they're only asserting that's not available above. And I want to talk for a second now, then I guess what it would come to this issue of the burden. So as the appellant, my client and I have the burden, which means that we have to show or point to evidence that the applicant hasn't met their burden. Is ultimately, no matter what the situation is on appeal or below, the applicant has to meet their burden that enables you to make all the requisite findings for a permit. And this is a de novo hearing, which means that you need not find that staff did anything wrong. Rather, what you would be doing here is assessing the evidence on your own based on what's in the record. So for instance, if you were to believe that, I point to that GO95 does not explain why these sites are infeasible, then the applicant has not met their burden of demonstrating this is the only feasible site, because the burden shifts back to them to explain why the site is infeasible. And given that the explanations they give are simply not applicable to the situation that they're seeking to do, which is an arm-mounted site below the telecoms, they have not met that burden. Let's go to the next slide, please. Thank you. So, this was very helpful that staff presented today, sort of that diagram. And you could see that basically the most easy place to put a antenna is 2 feet or more below the communication conductors. And then between 15 and 18 feet above the ground, which is the clearance required either above a pedestrian area or a roadway. But there are many, many more options once you're looking below the telecoms. Next slide, please. And so this is just showing what, in fact, Crown Castle did do to make the site that they said was infeasible feasible. Now, we don't know, and it doesn't seem, in fact, they did this. We'll see this in the next slides. What would happen if you rearrange the telecoms on those other alternatives? Because the code requires, or the policy requires, that you exclude alternative locations, not alternative poles. The question is, what's feasible to make a pole in a given location feasible? And what they did was, they took these vertically arrayed lines, and they put them all horizontally on this arm. And that made a lot more space. so that you could have the appropriate separation distances. Next slide, please. Now, the other issue is about the top mounted. Now, we've heard that Crown Castle asserts that PG&E does not allow the pole extensions to enable more space above the electric lines, which is the preferred configuration by the city whenever it is feasible. I asked PG&E for the source for this notion, and they pointed me to the same guidance that is attached to the next appeal, and that's where this diagram comes from. I've not seen anything in writing explaining this new concept that it's not allowed. I understand staff repeated it. I'd be curious if staff have that documentation, because I'm sure PG&E doesn't do it on word of mouth. Next slide, please. Actually, I'll have to deal with these on the next 5 minutes I have. But thank you for your time. Glad to be here again with you, and I look forward to continuing presentation.
Thank you. All right. At this point, then the applicant can also present, if they so desire, for 15 minutes.
Tyler.
Good evening, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes. Hi, Tyler.
Hi. I believe we have a...
Yeah, let's hold a timer so that Tyler has his full 15.
All right. Good evening, everyone. My name is Tyler Reister. I'm a professional civil engineer licensed in the state of California. I'm with Kimley Horn, Crown Castle's consultant on these applications. And joined with me tonight is Liz Winsell, counsel for Crown Castle, and Michael Cintron, Crown Castle's permitting manager for Northern California. I'm going to start with a presentation, and I'll address a few points, and then I'll toss it over to Liz to address a couple things on her end as well. We really appreciate the time and effort that staff has put into reviewing these applications, and we believe that the director's decision to approve this facility was proper. None of the appellant's contentions have merit, and none justify rejection of the permit application. So next slide, please. Thank you. So first, a little history on this application. It was originally submitted nearly 2 years ago. Staff had provided notice of incomplete documents. These documents cite non-compliance with the standards and in some cases ask for additional information. In each case, we've resubmitted the application with the non-compliance addressed and provided additional information where requested, often related to alternatives that were noted in the application materials. Next slide, please. Continuing through the history of this application, we voluntarily told the application, pausing it in late 2023 to add additional information voluntarily, then allowed the city to re-review and provide additional comment on that application when we resubmitted in March of 2024. All of this is shown to illustrate that staff are performing their duties to the design standards and to the residents of San Mateo. They're acting on behalf of the commission, and they have diligently scrutinized these applications. And through their approval decision, the permit application and its contents are valid based on merit. Based on that, next slide, please. Getting ahead of myself. Based on that, the conditional approval letter was provided by the city on February 7th. This was the same day that the FCC shot clock expired for the application. On February 18th, the applicant provided a notice of deemed approved status of these applications. And while our rights to enforce the deemed approved status under state law remain intact, we are here tonight in good faith to participate in the city's process, just as we have in the past. Next slide, please. So the matter before the commission tonight, and what I'd like to highlight here, is that the appellant has the burden of proof, not the burden of assumption, speculation, or maybes, the burden of proof to establish a basis, a legitimate, factual, and specific reason for reversal of the director's decision. The Public Works Director in this case correctly found that the application meets the 4 criteria set forth in the municipal code, and we agree with this decision. Specifically, this application complies with the relevant sections of the municipal code and the wireless design standards. It complies with all applicable laws, including ADA and other codes. It applies with all the applicable RF emission regulations stated by the FCC. And additionally, the permit application was deemed complete by the director, and we agree with that finding. Additional points I'd like to mention is that this is the extent of our presentation tonight. It's brief. We are here in the same capacity as we have been previously. Staff have been diligent in their review and their explanation to the commission. What you've seen in previous hearings, at no time in those hearings or in this one has additional information been provided that was not already included in the application materials. So all the information is provided that we would have maybe presented on. And as in the past, staff have provided you with a great presentation of all the factual information related to this application. We're happy to continue to talk about it throughout the evening. Now, a couple of points that I'd like to mention related to the appellant's presentation. Factors for determining coverage objective were presented. Great information, a lot of cool information in there if you're kind of a nerd about telecom and wireless like I am. The situation here is that the city cannot regulate what the coverage objective is. It's described thoroughly in the application to the satisfaction of staff, and the city cannot regulate what the contents of the coverage objective are. In regards to the transmission capabilities of the antenna that's proposed in these applications, I'd really stress that marketing materials should not be used as technical data points. As any business would, you would clearly depict the ideal conditions in terms of power, frequency, and height. For these types of installations, these equipment are going to be run at specific power outputs, specific frequencies, and with specific conditions of the area. And as staff correctly noted and confirmed that their third-party consultant verified, the limitations of the equipment and the configuration of this application are 200 feet. There was a few other marketing materials shown too, and just would stress that marketing materials in general are not good sources of factual information. With that, we will be here to answer additional questions and discussion, as I mentioned, and I'll turn it over to Liz for any points that she would like to make as well. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Liz? Liz, are you there? Are you speaking? Because we cannot hear you.
Hi there. I was
Okay, great.
speaking. I'm glad you can hear me now.
Yes.
Excellent. Okay. Thank you, Tyler. Just a couple of comments regarding the legal context that we're working with here. The city's wireless right-of-way ordinance properly recognizes that it cannot be interpreted or applied in a way that would effectively prohibit our ability to provide wireless or telecommunications service. The ordinance goes on to find that to the extent permitted by federal law standards in the ordinance are intended to balance the benefits, and I quote from the
Sorry, Liz, we lost you again. Are you there?
as the commission is aware in 2018.
There you go. So, Liz, you're cutting in and out. I believe there are probably some things we missed in your comments. You were talking about an effective prohibition.
Yes,
And that's the last thing we heard. I'm sorry,
Okay.
you're just technically just the connection, you're cutting in and out. I apologize.
I apologize for that. I think it might be on my end, but let me get to the point here, make it even quicker. The 2018 small cell order declares the proper standard for determining whether a state or local requirement effectively prohibits service and violates Section 253 and 332 of the Telecommunications Act, the Federal Telecommunications Act. That standard is that if a state or local law materially inhibits a provider's ability to engage in any of a variety of activities related to its provision of a covered service. So a local requirement doesn't have to prevent a site or be an insurmountable barrier. It just has to hinder it. Second, the FCC found that the material inhibition test is not only met when we're talking about filling a coverage gap, because there are other purposes, right, for deploying telecommunications facilities like the ones proposed tonight. The new standard means that we can also show and meet the standard that we are densifying a wireless network, introducing a new service, or otherwise improving service capabilities, which is exactly what Crown Castle proposes to do with the facilities at issue tonight. That is all Crown Castle has to show. It doesn't have to show what the service levels are at random or specific points in the area. It doesn't have to show that the public would perceive a change in service quality or any of the other legally invalid tests that the appellant proposes. I want to stress the following. The FCC expressly rejected the requirement that in order to demonstrate effective prohibition, an applicant must show that the proposed facilities are the least intrusive means for filling a coverage gap. Again, all the applicant must show is that it is introducing a new service or improving existing service. Lastly, the courts have found that the FCC was right. The Ninth Circuit Court affirmed on appeal these sections of the small cell order, and the Supreme Court denied cert of the Ninth Circuit order. One last thing. What does this mean for the appeal? It means Crown's stated rationale for new small cell sites in the neighborhood of densifying and enhancing coverage and bringing new 5G services is a legally valid and sufficient defined technical service objective. Suggestions that the appeal should be granted and the permit denied because Crown needs to demonstrate a gap in service, a certain number of dropped calls, or to provide different or better demonstration of need must be rejected. Second, it means that given the FCC's rejection of the least intrusive means showing, the city needs to tread carefully when applying its least obtrusive standard. The city may certainly have preferences, but these must not give way. These must give way where their satisfaction inhibits the applicant's ability to provide service. Third, and most importantly, it means that because the record demonstrates the Crown needs the sites at the proposed locations, and such locations were found by staff to be the least obtrusive pursuant to the city code, granting the appeal and not issuing the permit would materially inhibit Crown Castle's ability to provide its services, which action would constitute a legally actionable prohibition of service. Also wanted to address something that was stated by counsel for the appellant, and that is that all of the services proposed to be provided by way of the facilities at issue here are pursuant to our CPCN in our capacity as a telecommunications provider. That includes provision of service by way of personal wireless facilities. And small wireless facilities are this type of facilities that qualifies as a personal wireless service facility. That's all I have. Thank you very much for the time and attention.
Thank you. Does anyone else at Crown Castle have anything further to add?
Nope, that'll be it for us, Madam Chair.
Okay, great. Thank you, Tyler. Okay, so we have heard from the appellant and from the applicant. Now it's time for public comment. So again, any public comment folks in the room, please provide your cards to the clerk. Madam Clerk, how many public commenters do we have today?
We have 2 in person, none online.
Two in person, none online. Okay, great. So that'll be 3 minutes per speaker, please.
Vikash?
Good evening, Commissioners. Speaking on these appeals, as of a few days ago, the CEO of Crown Castle was terminated with no permanent successor. The company appears to be in debacle with no long-term leadership with mission or vision. Therefore, I am requesting that this commission halt all installations until a permanent long-term leader is established and a mission and vision and guidance of the company is fully conveyed to all the customers. It is a concern of stability and safe operation of these facilities, and that should not constitute effective prohibition. It is a kind request. As shown in the video I presented a while back to this commission, the CEO of Verizon has said that you can get strong signal strength to serve customers up to 3,000 feet. This is an official who is well educated by the designers and engineers of this technology, more than Tyler, who's the engineer speaking tonight. Guidelines and standards is a range. Root word, guide. It is a guide, not written in stone. There is flexibility. Therefore, a few hundred feet of shifting from one pole to the other should be allowed because of all the standards that are already allowed in the engineering of these devices. Okay? Marketing materials can be used as data points as they are a reflection and the face of the inventors and designers of the very technology that we're trying to implement. So yes, the marketing material reflects the engineering. Relocation is not hindrance. Keep that in mind for effective prohibition. Relocation by a few hundred feet within the coverage is not hindrance. What the attorney did not mention, there are no laws that I know of limiting your ability to transfer the burden of proof and request real-world evidence from the contractor to justify the current location or the new location of these facilities, so it cannot be effective prohibition. For clarity, to Jason, on the fire chief comments, let it be known on record that the deputy fire chief has stated that these facilities are a fire hazard. It does not matter whether he stated it here or outside of these chambers. A fire hazard is a fire hazard. Tomorrow, if batting insulation is lit on fire, it doesn't mean that we didn't just state it here and it's not flammable, or alcohol is not flammable because it wasn't stated in these chambers. It is still a fire hazard. Ask yourself, is the term effective prohibition the bullet in the virtual gun that's being held to your head by Crown Castle? Those are just two magic words, but how they're applied and how they're used is most important. And tonight they've been misused and abused in the wrong way. Keep that in mind. Thank you.
Thank you, Vikash. Steve?
I need a couple seconds to shuffle my papers here. I'd like to talk about the 200-foot limitation. I spent hours contacting Ericsson and actually did get to talk with their support staff in Plano, Texas. I was given a piece of paper, didn't have their logo on it or whatever, but it was to show the optimal distance before any degradation would come in play to another facility. The distance they gave was 100 meters to 300 meters. Now, in the documentation that we showed where there were slides from their director of global network services, this is Ericsson's, he stated that 200 meters, not feet, and I think there's a confusion here, is where the typical installation happens. So that would be 650 feet, as there's about 325 feet for every 100 meters. So that brings in a whole bunch of different alternatives. I also was looking at the one slide that has radius of 500 feet and radius of 200 feet in it. And it states at the bottom that there are no other facilities within 500 feet. So what are we connecting the radio to at 200 feet? What is being connected if there's no other facilities within 500 feet? So if something's wrong, you can't have it both ways. The tree that sits out in front of my house, I have 5 heritage trees. They're about that big around. I can't tell you how. One of them is touching the pole and has been touching the pole for a number of years. The pole is leaning 20 inches toward my house, and it's also leaning 18 inches toward the east. So it's at an angle towards my house. It also has an inch and a half.
Thank you, Steve. So that's like 3 minutes.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
Madam Chair, if I may,
Yes.
I believe the last public comment is also the appellant.
Okay. Thank you. That's helpful context. Okay. So at this point,
Excuse me, we have no audio. Can anyone hear that? Hello, can anyone hear this? We have no audio online. We have no audio online. Is anyone there?
So let me hang up in Teams first. I don't know if because I'm using, so
We can hear you, Alvin.
okay.
Thank you.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you online.
Okay. Tyler, can you hear us?
We can hear you.
Oh my goodness. Okay, everyone. Let's reconvene. Thank you everyone for your patience. Just thank you to the clerk. Oh my goodness. Okay, everyone ready? Ariel, are you good to go? Okay. And apologies, Tyler and Liz, for that really long technical difficulty. We're all staff. Thank you so much to staff. You're all hands on deck during that as well. Okay. With that, let's put on 5 minutes for the appellant rebuttal.
Your mic is not on.
Oh, yeah. Oh, okay, so we won't be able to pull up aerial slides just yet. Is that what's
Not at the
happening?
moment. We're not allowed. We cannot share our screen at the moment.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Ariel, are you able to provide the testimony without the slides, or is the slides critical path for you? Oh, sorry. It would be good if your mic was on. There you go.
Thank you. Do the commissioners have access to the slides? I reference them?
I mean, you emailed them.
Correct.
So
Okay. What is the process? Is someone working on making it available to everybody, or is that just not happening? I guess I'm trying to understand something we're waiting for at this point in terms of the slide presentation. Oh, wow. Miraculous. Awesome. Thank you.
fabulous. Okay. All right. So are you able to do the 5-minute timer? Madam Clerk, are you able to do the 5-minute timer for the rebuttals or? Okay, fabulous. Okay.
We are still seeing the technical difficulties screen online.
Oh, thank you, Tyler, for letting us know, because the screens are different in the room. Okay. What about now?
I think we've got it. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so does Ariel start whenever he's ready and then the timer will go? Okay.
No problem. I'll check the clock. Thank you very much. Excellent. Ready?
Go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, staff, for getting us back up. So staff has directed Crown Castle in the past that all items that make an alternative infeasible, even if there is one critical reason, should be shown, and that's on slide 18. Now, Crown Castle decided only to focus on what's feasible above the telecom wires in their application in connection with any site that is beyond 200 feet. That's a choice that they made. And in terms of the burden of proof, they have the burden of proving that there are no feasible alternatives. And that's how they chose to seek to do it. Crown Castle asked to reject the so-called marketing materials, even though they're based on studies of actual transmission distance by Ericsson. And the engineer for Crown Castle explained that there are specific power settings and specific conditions in which these sites operate that is unique to here that dictates the 200 feet. However, as of the application you have seen, they are all identical and they're all 200 feet, strongly suggesting that there's nothing uniquely done that helps explain the 200 feet. The Crown Castle's attorney explained that the material inhibition standard, according to the FCC, ignoring that it actually still is not the only standard that's applied in the United States, and there are many courts actually that have rejected FCC's authority to dictate that. Focusing on that standard, there are still zero facts that any of the activities that are asserted to be occurring are actually happening. So for instance, those metrics and elements on slide 5 defining how a service objective is sought or what defines it or when there is a need for it, None of those factors are in the record here. There are no metrics, there are no facts that there actually is densification occurring or that there is a new service being provided. And there's nothing to help anyone understand whether the denial would be material. Moreover, there's nothing to explain what would happen if it was shifted 200 feet over, 300 feet over to a different 6 or 7 houses. How would that impact their ability to achieve whatever objectives they apparently do have? Turning to the GO95 issues for those alternatives that are within 200 feet. Staff acknowledges there's no specific, in their presentation, there's no specific standard for when a replacement pole is allowed or required, and that's in Design Guidelines number 22. But there is a required finding, that's finding D, that all alternative locations be infeasible. Now, alternative locations are not the same thing as alternative poles. So if you can make a location feasible by replacing a pole, then the question is it feasible to replace a pole? Similarly, requirement 13 says that it's a maximum extent feasible, it should be put on the top. So is it feasible to put them on top of a pole by replacing a pole? Similarly, requirement number 1, the least obtrusive possible. Is it possible to make it less obtrusive with the replacement pole? That question has to be answered, and critically, it's a question that is answered when they wish to. 401 Dorchester on our last appeal hearing, Crown Castle did replace a pole and they made it feasible. It's not appropriate and it's not sensible that they can replace them when they wish to and not when they don't wish to. Now, alternatives 8, 9, and 19, and we're looking right now at alternative 8, are quite tall, 30 feet tall. And I'm very curious, when staff concluded that these sites are not feasible, did they rearrange those wires? There's a lot of space for wire rearrangement in the manner that was done by Crown Castle when they chose to for this specific site. And those apples comparisons should be exactly what's done here. Have they, for instance, if there's an issue with the junction box, has anyone contacted AT&T or Cox or whoever it is that owns a junction box about repositioning it or relocating it? They have to do that type of due diligence. It is not adequate to simply state that a generic rule in GO95 applies and leave it at that. And I don't see that level of diligence and I don't see that level of engagement that would give us any confidence that, in fact, that same level of effort is being put into place. So let's switch to the next slide over. Thank you. So you can see here, this pole actually is quite similar to the one that is being requested. And there's a lot of space below it. You can move up those 3 telecom wires to be on an arm. It may be possible also to move up the light standard. And also we see in the Crown Castle preferred location that there is only 1 foot separation between those guy wires and the telecom wires. It looks like that should be able to be consolidated up. The question is, was that evaluated? Let's look at the next slide, please. This last one here, we also see, again, there's a lot of space. It's a quite tall pole, 39 feet. So if there's a tremendous amount of space to keep that separation distance of generally 6 feet between that top telecom wire and the electrified wires. And if you move those telecom wires upward, you put them all on one arm so they're not splayed vertically, you can move that junction box up. These are options that need to be evaluated with respect to whether you could put an antenna underneath the telecom wires. Again, there is no statement by Crown Castle that they cannot put it under the telecom wires, only above the telecom wires. I believe I've come up on my time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ariel. Will the applicant like to have a 5-minute rebuttal?
Yes, please.
Okay, great. Go ahead and get started when you're ready.
Thank you. Just one thing here for me to start with, the points around GO95. I think there's a deep misunderstanding of GO95. The code of GO95, General Order 95, is 602 pages of highly technical information. PG&E's Green Book is over 1,000 pages of technical information. I appreciate the efforts by the appellant to understand, but it takes years of utility design experience to have a good understanding, and years of working with the utilities and submitting things, getting them wrong, submitting things, getting them right to understand GO95. With regards to some of the propositions made by the appellant, I'd like to highlight, some of the terms used and that things could be moved or things maybe could be moved. These are not proof of the ability to make any of these sites compliant. With regards to the first alternative that was shared, rearrangement of those lines is not possible because of the different angles that they come in from. These are just some of the specifics and understanding of utilities. And then On Alt 9, there's climbing space issues. So no matter where you move the lines to, you're going to have issues with climbing space there. So those are just some of the things on these that that make it difficult for those without years of experience in utility design to understand. So I'd like to pass it to Liz now for any points that she wants to make. Thank you.
Great. Liz, are you there? Okay, it doesn't seem like we have Liz.
Can you hear me?
Oh, there you are. Great. Thank you.
Takes a minute. Thank you. I just wanted to clarify one point. Council stated that other courts have objected to the correct test. I want to clarify that objections do not equate overrulings of the proper standard as established by the FCC in 2018, and that is the law of the land. All cases were consolidated having to do with this particular order. It was heard before the Ninth Circuit. The Ninth Circuit confirmed all of the major points, including the proper standard that applies in this case. And that is the law of the land. The Supreme Court denied cert. So his statement about there being multiple tests to be applied is inaccurate. It is plain wrong. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Anything else from the applicant?
No, Madam Chair. Thank you.
All righty. Okay, thank you so much. So at this time, we'll go to commission questions and discussion. Commissioners, who would like to go first? Great. Thank you, Vice Chair.
Good evening. Thank you again for your presentation, both from staff and the appellant. Every meeting we get in more detail. That's always helpful, but it also brings new details of questions to ask. So I think this is for staff, but and again, the presentation was very clear, and thank you for going through all those points. But some of the ones that came up is, I am curious about the quality of the pole. I think Mr. Strauss showed pictures of it, and it did look cracked. And who verifies that? Is that PG&E, or the city decides if the pole can handle or is fitting for the project?
I'll defer that one to Crown since they're the one proposing on this poll.
Sure, thank you.
Yeah, I can take that. So basically, the application to PG&E includes a structural analysis of the pole. So that is something that is provided by the applicant to PG&E. And through PG&E's approval process, they're considering the structural integrity, the age, condition of the pole in their process of approval. So they're the pole owner, and we verify that we are comfortable and satisfied with the structural integrity of the pole, but PG&E is doing that as well on their end. I hope that answers the question.
Yes, it does. And have you heard back from PG&E, or are you awaiting a response from them?
Yes, ma'am. We have heard back, and we have this site has been approved by PG&E for this installation.
Okay. Great, thank you. I'm also curious, looking at the image on the screen now about tree interference, because it's been argued in other appeals that there are too many trees nearby, and in this one it feels like it looks to be that there's a lot of trees. How does that play into your confirming that you'll get the signals needed? I think that's for Crown Castle too.
In this particular instance, we've looked at the nearby trees and have found that it does not significantly diminish our ability to meet our coverage objective from the proposed location.
Okay. And then also the question came up about using a slimmer shrouding for to just be less obtrusive, would that be considered by Crown Castle as an option?
The proposed shroud is the slimmest that we can use in order to allow the heat to dissipate and allow the physical arrangement of the equipment. So if you start to use smaller shrouds, then you have to introduce fans and other things that do not meet the noise requirements for the site in order to allow the equipment to cool properly. So it's technically infeasible to use a smaller shroud for the reasons of heat dissipation as well as just the physical constraints of mounting that equipment and basically allowing it to be physically held.
Okay, thank you for providing that additional detail. And then I believe this is for staff. I did find it curious about the application history that there were so many resubmittals. Can you verify or why that was?
Yes, there were a lot of resubmittals, NOIs. Essentially, every time staff needed to ask for more information to clarify whether or not we agreed with this poll. And it did take, I forget how many NOIs, but it did take a lot of NOIs. And there
So it was
tolling.
about the alternative analysis, reviewing the other polls and in the area and confirm.
I can pull them up. The first one was because of the shroud itself. This was submitted back in 2013 when we didn't have the cylinder idea. And then that was an NOI to revise the shroud. And so there were a number of NOIs that over the 2 years evolved the application package to a point where we're very comfortable approving or denying it.
Yeah, no, it's just, I believe you did the diligent work behind it. I just wanted to see if there were any red flags that we should be concerned about in the resubmittal, or if it was just alternative analysis or looking for more information.
The biggest one was the design of the shroud. And
Okay.
that triggered, I think, prompted the renotice that Crown mentioned in their slides. But again, renoticing is not a requirement of design standards.
And then my one last question is, I'm curious too about, there was a mention about referring to the fire marshal if there's any fire hazards. Is that something that the city does for every project, or is that a general question of the fire marshal, or are they given each of these projects and asked to review them?
That was a general basis, that small cells in general are not a fire risk according to the fire marshal.
So it's not required, the fire marshal is not required to review each of these projects?
There's no fire marshal review for each permit.
Okay. Okay, that's it. Thank you so much.
Commissioner Michael, if I may clarify one answer from staff as well as to the tree question. I believe this is a 2 antenna design pointing away from the trees and away from the residents. I believe it's angled down towards the street on both ways.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Anyone else for questions and comments?
I have just a few questions here. And Crown, this I think is Tyler, I think this is a question for you. And this was brought up by Steve Kirby in terms of, and Steve, I'm going to paraphrase your question, but I think it's a good one. What are the small cells connected to? And Ariel mentioning that, the coverage of these homes, the coverage area of roughly 200 feet is about 6 homes. And it's my understanding that small cells are connected to macro towers and that these sites were selected because the macro tower signal is weak. Is that correct? And thus the reason that is what small cells are connected to? Once again, the question that Mr. Kirby asked. And then furthermore, the fact that we have a 200-foot straight line of sight coverage area that's in order to ensure we have robust coverage, once again, to offload the macro. Is my understanding correct or reasonably correct?
Portions, Chairwoman, I can clarify and provide on that.
Sure.
So in terms of physical or wired connection or even wireless connection to other macro towers, there's no connection between the small cell and macro towers or other sites nearby that are maybe small cells as well. They do work together in a network, so there is a concept of a handoff where a user would be handed off from a small cell to the macro system and then maybe back to another small cell. So the only wired or powered connections are to fiber and data utility as well as to the power source. But in terms of the concept of small cells and the coverage, you were certainly correct in one of your ending statements about offloading the macros, and that is the intention of the small cell network, is to take users who would without the small cell be covered by the macro and then transfer their service onto the small cell once constructed, thereby kind of releasing that capacity on the macro for other users within the range of that macro. So the small cells are kind of sucking up all of the users that are within their range and therefore releasing that additional capacity by not having those users on the macro. So the coverage of the small cell is narrow, but the effective benefit to the network is much larger to the surrounding community.
Okay, great. Thank you on that. Let's see, Errol, I had thought I heard during your rebuttal, you had mentioned something, and I'm going to paraphrase this horribly, so bear with me. You had mentioned something, staff did nothing wrong, that the burden is on Crown. Is that kind of a roughly accurate statement?
What I mean to say, Commissioner Winsky, is that because it's de novo hearing, the question is not whether staff made an error, but it's whether Crown Castle has met the burden to make all the showings that are required. And once there is an indication that they have failed to do that in any manner that you perceive, then the burden shifts back to them to carry that burden to obtain the permit.
Right. So our job is really to question what Crown has provided to staff, not what staff has done.
That sounds correct to me.
And I'm understanding
I'm
that.
not certain, Commissioner, what you mean by your question.
Yeah, and here, look, part of the hearings is we have to listen to, we have to judge whether the application/permit done by staff, whether we agree with that or not. So really, I think we're judging more, I think, staff's work or what Crown is providing to staff.
Commissioner Winsky, if I might?
Sure.
Just, the burden is on the applicant to obtain the permit. The
Right,
applicant
absolutely.
delivers typically the material that staff uses to do their evaluation.
Right.
For instance, let's take OCalc. OCalc, which is the pole strength calculations on the last 6 pages of the application, that does not require a site visit. It could involve a site visit, it could not. So when they submit that onto PG&E, get PG&E's approval, they are just repackaging whatever they got. And you heard from staff when asked, when Commission Vice Chair Michelle asked, what was that analysis? Staff then deferred to Crown Castle because that's typically the source of the information.
Right.
Since they're the business entity using the permit.
Right. So, and that's true. And I read all of Crown's data. Actually, I think it's pretty thorough, particularly their coverage analysis, personally. So let me ask you this, and you've covered a lot of ground. Can you give me 1 or 2 points on why, what Crown should have done that they didn't do for our staff?
Thank you. Yes.
Yeah, and just, I don't need to go into some sort of long, just.
Let me focus on 2 points. One point is the alternatives of 200 feet. The question is, why is the focus in on this pole and 200 feet around it? Is there something unique about where that pole is located? There's no information about that whatsoever that would help you assess why is it less good to shift it 200 feet over. That's the first thing. Say the second thing is in terms of Geo 95, the applicant has to explain why there's no space below the telecoms. Why that's the configuration they're requesting for their preferred site, and they simply don't explain it. The only statement that, Mr. Reisetter did say that you need years of experience to understand Geo 95. But if you have years of experience, then you should be able to explain Geo 95 to say why there's not space below it. Don't just use the words above and refer to the two tables that only discuss no space above. If you're an expert, it should help us understand what you're doing, and they didn't do that.
Right. Okay. So Tyler, can you respond to the Go question on the proposed site? And I will share with everyone, I did visit all sites as I do on every appeal, and looked at the alternatives, and actually thought that the proposed site was the best of what was provided of all the alternative analyses. And I'd be glad to go back and look. But I also would like to have Tyler answer the Go question. And also, the 200-foot is a straight line to ensure robust communications. So, but I'll have Tyler answer that as well. So Tyler, could you step in here? Is that possible?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
So the Geo 95 question, really, so the phrasing that we're using is above the telecoms. Really, all of the alternatives cannot be feasible wherever you were to place the antenna. So that's the analysis that staff is doing, and that we agree with, because we've looked at all these poles as well. So they're not feasible no matter where you place the antenna on these poles, the alternatives. And then on the 200 feet, as we've stated, and as staff's third-party consultant has confirmed and verified is reasonable, the 200 feet is the technical limitation of this installation, the equipment that we're using, and the way that we're using it. One other thing I'd just like to point out, a direct quote from the design standards, quote, "The Sustainability and Infrastructure Commission shall review the appeal de novo, with the appellant having the burden of proof to establish the basis for seeking a reversal of the director's decision and issue a decision at the hearing." So regardless of what's being talked about in terms of burden of proof, I believe that the commission's job is to look at the design standards and follow the design standards, and the design standards say that the burden of proof is on the appellant. So I just want that to be really clear for everybody.
Right. And I think we had that discussion at the last meeting. My last question here, Jay and Jason, is there any additional information that Crown could have provided to you that would change the application at this point?
No, there's nothing that would have a substantial effect.
Right.
Commissioner Owinski, do you mind if I say a word or two about the Geo 95 issue?
Sure.
Thank you.
Yep.
I just want to read.
But just keep it
Yes,
succinct.
I want to read to you the language.
We want to hear what you have to say, but.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Commissioner. Now, the language that Crown Castle chose to use is for all the alternatives that are within 200 feet is will not work, as there's no space in a pole to place the radio above existing telecoms. And it says does not meet GEO 95 standards, rule 9.4 clearances A through G. Now, A through G is a whole range of different things. And then it says figure 9.4.1, then table 2, then case 21, comma A through H. This is a whole range of different notions. It doesn't specify what specifically they are referring to that would enable them to, or anyone else to assess that conclusion. And it also is specifically saying above existing telecoms. I mean, it's very clear English. So I frankly don't understand why, in all the expertise, if the analysis was done for below, the word below simply isn't there. And if it's not there in all these iterations, it doesn't seem appropriate to me to now have to sort of shoehorn it in the 1 or 2 hours we have, when analysis needs to be done in a more let's say, fulsome way that would allow the same type of work they did on their preferred site with all the reconfiguration that they have, including wires coming in from multiple angles, as we see on simulation 2, that are all somehow also placed on these extended arms.
Right. Tyler, would you like to respond?
I think I'd maybe just like to ask if staff would like to comment on their analysis in the above or below situation. And then
Right.
if you have any additional questions for me, Commissioner, I'd be happy to answer.
Sure.
Thank you. So staff doesn't have decades of experience in utility design, but we can read the tables in GO95 and apply them regardless if Crown wrote it explicitly in the ASA. And so with that in mind, we can understand, regardless if they explicitly wrote it, whether or not they meet the clearance requirements for any given pole. The proposed site, and we're talking about reconfiguration, the proposed site happens to ideally have the wires running parallel to the street and not bending around the pole or at an angle, which is a common issue with preventing them from using a sidearm to combine the poles into the same height. So as the case with Alt 19, there's actually, this is actually already combined, sorry, excuse me. Let's say Alt 9. They do look like they could be combined because they're all running parallel, but if you look at it from an aerial view, it's actually not a perfectly straight line. So you couldn't really use a sidearm because that introduces a lateral load onto the pole.
Oh.
So we have that understanding. I understand that it's not explicitly written in the ASAs, but we do apply staff's understanding of GO95 when we make the call on whether it's infeasible or technically infeasible.
And I see Jay shaking his head. Okay. And I understand you've got all the information you need. No other information from Crown is required to change. You would not change your decision on this permit. Okay, thank you.
Okay, great. Anyone else on questions? You do not have to have questions also, being mindful of time. Go ahead.
Yeah, most of my thunder has been taken. Thank you, Commissioner Michael. You took all my good questions. But I did want to dig a little deeper on the shroud issue. I mean, you know, the city's authority here, and having been involved with the drafting of the initial, the current code we're looking at, as well as the new code, is really in the world of aesthetics, and that's I've heard Crown Castle's comment about heat, and you know, I'm sure there are some issues there. But is this something that the city is looking at in most deals in a way to try, most of these possibilities in a way to try and make these things, as the famous phrase, least obtrusive? Once the pole's been picked, if these things can be made smaller, if you can make that sidebar, the extended arm smaller, that I think would go a long way to making these things less troublesome for the neighborhood. You know, the people who haven't gotten up in arms over those transformers that are all over the place. But if these were more like that, it might be helpful.
Are you asking how we came to this design?
Well, I'm asking if it's something that you spend a lot of time on in each of these, and in this case, yeah, how you came to the design, and is do you concur with the idea that it couldn't be smaller,
Actually,
heat or otherwise?
Thank you. Actually, this is the perfect case because it came in unshrouded originally. So this canister design was actually worked out with staff as a compromise on the shape and the size, where, you know, perhaps it's not as form-fitting, meaning the smallest size, but it's a shape that's typical to utility poles, like a transformer. And then, you know, people are used to seeing transformers, so they kind of ignore it in the back of their mind. Alternative, and the other part about the sidearm, it's actually the minimum length required by GO95. There's a 36-inch separation requirement, even though city's requirement is 24 inches, no greater. So we gave a limited exception for that because it's a GO95 standard.
All right, thank you. That's it.
Great. Anyone else? Commissioner Krebs?
Oh, yes. I've got an update.
All right, but you know.
So just to,
efficiency.
there's a subtext there. So just to be clear, from an engineering standpoint, there's a bunch of engineers in a room. If you go from a tripole, which has a certain amount of thermal gain, and you're using convection to cool it, you go to a dipole, you have less antenna producing heat. And they're actually, because it's instead of being 120 degrees, it's now 180 degrees, so they're further from each other. Can you explain how that makes sense? And I've been asked from the last meeting not to address Tyler, so I'll address you guys. How does that make sense?
I'm going to defer this to Tyler. Tyler, are you there?
Yeah. I think thermal is a consideration, of course, but really the main driver here is that those antennas are back to back and they've got to be stuck on something. You know, there's a mount behind it with a post within that shroud, and you put them together, you take the thickness of the antenna, you put that mounting equipment together, the steel and the pieces, and ultimately they have a certain distance face to face, and that's what you end up with in terms of the face to face distance between the backs of the antennas. And in this case, that's what is driving the size of that shroud, so that there's a cylindrical, so that it looks like a transformer, as one of the other commissioners mentioned. I've not seen an oval shaped transformer. But this is, kind of mimicking that, and it's a cylindrical shape, which is deemed as the least obtrusive. So that's kind of how we get there.
Okay. I'm looking at slide 14 of 23, and yeah, I'm seeing them not face to face, but back to back, and they appear to be further apart. But okay, it's your deal. Sure. Slide number 16 from staff. Is there any ability to bias the raceway, the service disconnect, and the radio to a different side of the pole, so you share the pain with having to look at, on one hand, a homeowner would have to look at an antenna, and maybe the people across the street would end up looking at the raceway. Is that talked about in your design criteria?
Are you referring to moving the antenna to the street side?
Yeah, is that, well, I understand the antenna can't be on the street side because you might hit it, fire truck going by. But how about all the other pertinent equipment?
Oh, I'm sorry. You're talking about the riser, the raceway, the
raceway, the service disconnect, and the radio. Has that ever been considered?
It's not a consideration.
Okay.
Our only consideration is that it's colored the same color as the pole,
So it should be fairly invisible. Okay. Slide 21, you don't have to go to it, but slide 21, we did drive today and look at all the alternative locations, and a lot of them were in what I would call a swale, like you just back up one. You got it. So 20, 17, 18 is way downhill, and it would make it technically impossible to get signal coverage because the terrain gets in the way. So a lot of these make sense to why they're technically infeasible. I think that's enough of that. Reference signal receive power. Industry standard is 89. Good is considered 90 to 104. What are we using for this build? What is our RP?
I'll refer that to Tyler because they set their own objective.
That's one that unfortunately I'm not going to be able to answer. I'm not an RF engineer. I have a great understanding from working in the industry for a long time, but the specifics of that, I would have to refer you to our RF compliance report, which is part of the application materials. And Commissioner Kranz, I know that in there we do present things in terms of ERIP and some of those types of measurements that you mentioned, but I apologize that I don't have that information off the top of my head.
Okay, because I looked at your decibel milliwatt attenuation, and it appears to be you're more strenuous than the industry is quoted, which is okay. That's your design criteria. I asked this question the last time, and I think I ruffled your feathers. I'll just ask staff this time. Why did we not look at span wires to mount some of these antennas? You have an infinite length to mount these antennas, which could be less obtrusive. They could be put inches and feet away from a pole. Any idea why that's not a possibility? And I realize that's not part of technically why we're here tonight, but why was that not brought up?
As a strand mount for offer an option?
Yeah, because Ericsson offers it. You can mount them on either the span wires, the guy wires, or even the messenger wires. You can support these. And it would be less intrusive because it would be buried away from people's houses down the street.
So I think in terms of topical conversation and discussion questions, for now, the topic is the appeal.
Okay, fair
so
enough.
the questions have to be tailored to the appeal.
Fair enough.
Mr. Keynes, if I
I'll
may,
leave
I
it with
can
the-
potentially
I'll
help
leave
you
it
with
this.
that.
I asked staff and I got an answer the other day
Okay.
about why won't we add more poles? And there's a blight that they're trying to avoid of having too many poles, new pole installations. And that kind of makes sense. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, great. Thank you. I have one question maybe to Tyler. Oh, wait, first of all, I just wanted to comment, which is like everyone's presentations were really excellent today and just really expressing a lot of appreciation for that. Thank you so much. That was really helpful. I think this one's to Tyler. So for alternative 19, I was curious about the more specific reason. You gave a very helpful, more specific reason for alternative 8, which was the angle of the lines, and then alternative 9, which was the climbing space. And staff, you have just like something about top side mount, but I was curious about the like wire rearrangement. Like, is that not a thing that can happen on alt 19 and was, excluded from the analysis, or, so I don't know if it's Tyler. I don't know if Jason, sorry, is it Tyler or Jason?
I can try to answer.
Okay, yeah, go ahead,
Tyler,
Jason.
feel free to jump in. But so the pole actually was already rearranged on a sidearm. So if you do street view, you can see that it was more like 20 prior to that. So it's already been rearranged, and there's actually a utility box here that also needs vertical clearance. So that's probably the limiting factor, is that lowest box.
Okay. And Tyler, do you agree with that in terms of like the more kind of just storytelling specific reason?
Yes, I agree with that assessment.
Okay, great. Thank you. And then I was struck by this application doesn't say it requires any tree pruning. Is that correct?
That's correct. I mean, it doesn't require any tree removal or damage.
Removal.
Pruning
So
is
pruning
allowed.
is fine. And so in the application, it can, once they get on site, they could theoretically contemplate pruning someone's tree.
That's true. And if it's a protected tree, they'll have to pull a tree permit.
There's a different permit for that?
Yes.
Okay. And so, what is the process for like notification of the person do they own the tree? Like if if the tree is on private property, but like the part of the branch of the tree is like hitting something that might interfere with the pole, what's the process there?
I'm not sure about, I can defer that
Okay.
one to Tyler, but the part about the tree extending over the right of way, there's a Muni code that limits the tree branches going in over the right of way, and that the city can prune them off.
Okay, great. So the city would actually be doing that sort of thing.
We could.
Theoretically.
Theoretically.
Okay, thank you. And then the last thing I had was about, the timing of all of the back and forth led to some of these analyses being, I believe, for instance, the structural analysis for this pole came from August of 2023. Is there anything in our design standards or in the definition of completeness of the application that requires that any sort of analysis be done within a year of of a decision that the staff make, right? Because the decision from staff came in February, I think, right? So it was already over a year old since then, and I'm struck by that.
Great question. It's not written in the design standards where we have an age of the report, but it was valid at the time of the submittal. So that's why we consider it valid.
Okay, so it's valid at the time of submittal, and even if because of the back and forth, it extends beyond any time frame that is not currently defined, it still is fine because you judge it by time of submittal only.
Yes.
Okay. There are extreme in extreme cases, this could actually be a challenge that would need more staff discretion. But here, you are comfortable with the kind of year and a half
if I may,
nature.
Yeah, if I may.
Yeah, please.
We do give a limited exception for the structural certification from PG&E because PG&E has their own structural approval process because they do own the pole and they wouldn't allow anyone to attach to it if they considered it structurally unsafe. So,
Totally. But was the date of that notice like within the last, that was with the original submittal though, right? Which was like 2023, right?
Correct.
All of the materials we're reading is like from
Correct.
sort of like 2023.
I think what I'm getting at is if PG&E ends up disagreeing with the structural soundness, then this permit would be moot anyways.
Oh, okay. So once building were to happen, there's more evaluation that happens on site.
Well, I mean, if PG&E already approves them attaching to the pole, that's PG&E saying that it's structurally sound.
Oh, okay. Even if they say that happened in 2023 and we don't have data for 2024 or that it is what that,
Right.
Okay.
It's their pole, so it's up to them to allow it structurally.
Okay. Got it. Thank you. Okay. Those are my questions. Okay. So at this point, we move on to any sort of discussion that's needed in order to move towards a motion and decision. Okay. Anyone else have any comments for discussion before someone making a motion? All right. Then I would ask for a motion on a decision.
And the decision is?
I would ask someone to provide a motion that would explain what
Okay.
what they would like the commissioners
I'll
to
provide-
have.
Okay, so staff's recommendation to the commission is to deny the appeal and adopt the statement of decision. Is that correct? That is found in this packet.
So there's a draft statement of decision. So technically the statement of decision will have to be drafted after this. So process-wise, I would recommend we pass a motion with our decision. And then at that point, we can direct Lynn to help us draft the statement of decision. So we don't have to worry as much about that until we, make the motion. We should discuss what we should want to put into the statement of decision and have alignment on that. Is that what you're... So Lynn, do you want to jump in here in terms of
I think you've got to.
what's most useful for you?
Direction in terms of your intentions.
In order to draft a statement decision, I'll need to understand the reasoning behind the commission's decision.
Yeah. So for instance, if you wanted to make a motion, Commissioner Rinsky, you could explain your reasoning in as well as the decision that you're recommending in that motion. Then the rest of the commission, we can discuss it and vote on it and decide if that's the reason we agree with that reasoning.
Are you speaking to me?
Yeah, because you were talking about the motion.
Yeah, well, I'm talking about the motion, and I'm just, it says here, the motion, what staff is recommending is deny the appeal and adopt a statement of decision. There is a draft statement of decision in the packet. Do we adopt the draft decision, or is this on a separate meeting? How is this to be done?
The draft decision part of the agenda packet is actually just a template. You can't actually draft a decision until obviously a decision from the commission is made,
Right.
including the findings. So after the motion, whatever it may be, passes.
Do we have then a recess?
We would
Yes.
have a recess, and I would draft that statement of decision and then bring it back to the commission for approval.
Okay, so we would have another recess.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, all righty, then let's do this. Staff recommends the commission deny the appeal and adopt a statement of decision, a draft statement of decision, and following that, depending on the motion, we would have recess and then finalization of that statement of decision during this meeting.
Yes, that's the process.
Okay. Do I have a motion?
So you would move. I would ask if I have if we have a motion. I've already asked that question. So if you would like to move, you may. If you'd like someone else, instead I can do it as well.
Sure.
Okay.
Yep.
So I would move for us to deny the appeal and uphold this application. I do not think that the appellant has provided the sufficient burden of proof needed to act otherwise. Lynn, would that be enough of reasoning for a draft statement of decision, or would you require further? That would be my that would be my motion.
Is it because you found staff's presentation, Crown Castle's comments, and the information provided persuasive?
Yes, I would move. So let me rephrase that then. Thank you for that guidance. I would move to deny the appeal and uphold the application because I did not find that the appellant met the necessary burden of proof, and I found the staff presentation persuasive and Crown Castle's additional information shared tonight persuasive. That would be my motion.
All right, I will second that.
Commissioner Robbins,
Yes.
Vice Chair Michael,
Yes.
Chair Narita,
Yes.
Commissioner Rowinski,
Yes.
and Commissioner Kranz.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you everyone for the time on this one. It was really excellent presentations. So with that, process-wise, Lynn, you will draft that up real quick. We will take a 15-minute break. We will then come back to approve the statement of decision, and then we will move on to the next appeal. So thank you everyone for your patience. All right, everyone. So the statement of decision, there are some hard copies at the back if folks in the room would like to, or sorry, in the front, I misspoke, in the front, in case folks would like to review it.
Madam Chair, I'll be putting up on the screen as well.
Okay, great. Thank you. And Lynn, process-wise, if we had any recommended edits, small or otherwise, we would basically want to, the goal would be to pass a motion inclusive of any recommended edits.
That's correct. And we can make the edits on the fly as well.
Okay. So the only thing, Lynn, that I noticed was on page 5 under the appellant's presentation number 3, the poll itself has issues. Appellant was more descriptive than that. Appellant said that there were cracks in it. So I would just recommend making that suggested issue, including cracks or something. Because I think the word issues is a little vague. Yes, anyone else want to make any suggested edits?
Page 2, section 2, the response basis to determination. It's just a question. Do we want to add any language to this, which talks about trees and branches? And do we want to add any language to that would include consulting an arborist? It's just a question.
I'd like to add, this is just what staff's presentation. So this is summary of what staff had presented. And I don't believe there was any sort of presentation about an arborist.
Okay, just asking. Thanks.
Any other suggested edits to the statement of decision? Commissioner Robbins?
No edits. No,
Okay.
I totally support this.
Okay,
I think
great.
it's accurate.
Anyone else have any suggested edits to the statement of decision?
Make the motion?
Move approval. Is that appropriate?
Yeah, so hold on just one second. I don't think
Oh.
everyone's quite
Oh,
done.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. Okay, Nick, why don't you put on your mic, Commissioner Orinsky?
Lynn, on page 6 under applicant's presentation, item 5, it references the 2018 small cell order. It might be useful for anyone reading if there's a little bit more detail, a little bit more descriptive. I think that, was this the FCC?
It was the FCC. I just inputted FCC
Yeah,
spell order.
if you follow along on the screen, he just inputted the acronym FCC to clarify.
So anyone reading this, and if there's any other descriptor, because that's, I think, is a very important point. I recall the Crown Castle attorney brought up, but if there's any other descriptor, if somebody wanted to go and look for that particular order, whatever you can add to that.
Oh, you mean like the citation of the order? Is that what you're talking
If
about?
there's a citation, a docket number, I don't know.
Thank you, Lynn and Jason.
Super, thank you.
Anything else in terms of edits to the statement of decision? Okay, could I get a motion for approval of the statement of decision?
I'll make a motion to approve the statement of decision.
Thank you.
I'll second.
Great, thank you.
Commissioner Robbins,
Aye.
Vice Chair Michael,
Yes.
Chair Narita,
Yes.
Commissioner Rowinski,
Yes.
and Commissioner Kearns.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Great, thank you. So moving on to the next item on the agenda, it's the appeal regarding 721 Edgewood. But before we proceed, Vice Chair Michael will make a statement for the record and recuse herself.
Thank you. I will recuse myself from participating in the appeal hearing of a proposed small cell application located adjacent to 721 Edgewood Road because it is located within 500 feet of real property in which I have a financial interest.
Thank you. All right, so Vice Chair, you are excused from the remainder of the meeting if you so desire. Thank you so much thank you so much for your service. Okay, moving on. We are going to the next item on the agenda, which is wireless permit approval at 721 Edgewood. And we will start with a staff presentation. Again, the order is staff presentation, then appellant presentation, applicant presentation, public comment, applicant, and then, appellant, and then applicant rebuttal, and then commission question and answer time. So over to you, Jason and Jay. Thank you.
Good evening. Jason Hilary, Senior Engineer of Public Works. This time it's the wireless permit appeal for 721 Edgewood. And I still have JU, Engineering Manager, next to me. Same agenda. We'll go over the appeal hearing. We'll go over the review process quickly and the wireless permit appeal process quickly. And then we'll go through the actual permit and the appeal points. Again, staff's recommendation on this one is that the application satisfied the 2021 design standards and ordinance and complied with the FCC regulations. The proposed site was the only technically feasible existing support structure. All limited exceptions were granted or warranted and granted, and the city follows CEQA, for which this application was categorically exempt. The commission's action tonight would be to consider the appeals and make a motion to grant or deny the appeal, and staff's recommendation is to deny the appeal and adopt a statement of decision. Here's the permitting process again. We review with our consultants when a decision is made, whether conditional or denial. That opens the 5-day appeal window, for which this is what the hearing is for, and the commission's decision will lead to either upholding the director's decision or reversing the director's decision. And of course, we have to fit within the shot clock. The appeal process again is to has the burden of proof of the appellant to overturn the director's decision. And again, it's based on the site location, pole selection, design criteria for which the staff reviewed against. FCC regulations federally preempt the city from regulating RF emissions that are compliant with FCC limits. And the city cannot control coverage or capacity objectives of providers. So this permit is located in San Mateo Park as well. At 721 Edgewood Road. It was applied for back in October of last year, and it is on an existing wood pole. Here are the simulations for it. It's pole top on an existing wood pole. And here's the alternate sites. The proposed site was the only remaining feasible location, and therefore the least obtrusive of technically feasible locations. All the poles outside the 200-foot circle are considered technically infeasible due to the equipment limitations, for which staff, having discussed with our third-party consultants, found to be acceptable justification. And poles within the circle have been ruled infeasible based on other regulations such as the GO95 and PG&E standards. Here's again that background on the 200-foot justification. This is an RSRP prediction plot, which is a indicator of the quality of the signal at a certain distance, and this is showing the basis for that 200. Here is an overview of the GO95 that staff uses to assess a pole for feasibility, and on the right you'll see the clearances between either the comms and the ground, an electrical to a comms line, or an electrical to an electrical line, or the highest part on top of the pole. And then things to consider on the left is that typical pole top designs have a 2-foot support element, and side arms are typically 3 feet tall. And other equipment on a pole, such as span guys and cable boxes, can have climbing space issues. So I'll go into the poles that are within 200 feet. Alt 10 is located at the intersection. It does not have space on top, between, or below the communications lines. So it is considered technically infeasible, and rearrangement of the comms lines is infeasible because they're crossing. Alt 11 appears to have no space above or below the existing pole. It's treated as a joint pole because there's guys and communications on it. Alt 12 is considered technically infeasible because not only because there's no clearance, but because there's a PG&E transformer. Alt 13, there's no space on top, between, or below. Again, GO95. Alt 14, again, GO95. Theoretically, if you were to replace the pole, it would substantially require, or it would require substantial tree removal because of how far the main branches are extended over it. And Alt 18 is technically infeasible due to GO95 again. There's no space on top, between, or below the lines. So for this permit, we received one appeal, and they submitted positions that can be grouped into around 7 categories, and I'll walk through them. Position 1 is that this is not the least obtrusive option. There are other poles in the area that comply with Design Standard 1 better. Also, that the canister should be smaller because it's for 2 antennas instead of, because the canister is designed for 3, but this is 2 antennas. Staff's response is that there is only one technically feasible existing pole to use, which is the proposed site. The design complies with GO95 in that the cylindrical shroud is a design that's the minimum necessary to make a 2 antenna into a canister, and staff has considered a canister to be the least obtrusive shape and silhouette, as it is a similar shape to the pole and other pole equipment like transformers. Here are examples of other non-shrouding or shrouding options and what the proposed pole looks like in the cylinder on top of an existing pole. Onto the next position is about the alternate sites analysis, and the appellant claims that the alternate sites analysis did not give sufficient justification and citations to declare the poles infeasible, alternates infeasible. And it outlined a number of alternative locations that should be considered less obtrusive. Ground's response is that the city is preempted from regulating their coverage objective, which ties to how their sites beyond 200 feet would fail to meet their target objective based on the equipment limitations. And staff's response is that we accepted the alternate sites analysis justifications and concurred with the justification for the 200-foot technological limitation. And we also accepted the GO95 and PG&E reasons for rolling out other poles. The appellant did list a number of poles that should be considered less obtrusive. Here's the list. It's 1, 4, 9, 11, 18, and 19. I've highlighted them on the right. So alternate 1 is located in a median. It is too far to meet the target objective. It also has GO95 clearance issues. Alternate 4 is also in a median. It's too far to meet the target objectives. It has clearance issues, and it has a transformer. All ruling it out. Alt 9, again, too far to meet the target objective. It has clearance issues on the top, between, and below. And there's a comms box facing the street, meaning an antenna on the other side would also make it a climbing space issue. Alt 10, again, is the same one that I mentioned earlier. It has clearance issues on top, middle, and below, and you can't combine the communications line on an arm because they're crossing. And Alt 11, again, is existing pole that doesn't have space on top or below. Alt 18 is within the 200-foot circle. It doesn't have space on top, between, or below. And Alt 19 is outside the range. It has no space on top, between, or below again. Here's a view of the proposed site, and on the right, the simulation of what it would look like with the antenna attached at the top. The next basis is claiming that the proposed site obstructs their view from their home windows, which is a design standard obstruction of views, and that there are existing poles across the street that are taller and above window sight lines. Staff's response is that the design standard says not to obstruct views to the extent feasible. Given that this is the only feasible location and the applicant has not, the application is the only feasible location and the applicant has not increased the height beyond what is necessary to meet the GO95 clearances, then this was their attempt to avoid obstructing views to the extent feasible. Position 4 claims that the shroud does not include a taper, and the variance proof did not preclude a taper on PG&E poles. Staff's response is that the variance request was granted because staff prioritized minimizing the obstruction of views versus the increased height and volume of a shroud taper. Adding a shroud taper would bump up the height of the antenna and increase the total volume of the shroud. Position 5 claims the antenna volume exceeds the limit, which is 3 cubic feet for cumulative antennas in residential areas. This is false. The design drawings show the two antennas together add up to 0.78 cubic feet, which is below the limit. Shrouds and other equipment are not included in that limit. They actually fall under accessory equipment, which has a limit of 17 cubic feet. Position 6 claims that that Crown did not ask PG&E for a statement of structural soundness and that the site should have been infeasible since PG&E requires an overhead service and the city does not allow a new overhead service. Staff's response is that the structural statement was granted a limited exception because PG&E does not provide that as their normal course of business, and Crown provided a structural calculation demonstrating their compliance. And the overhead service was granted a limited exception because the utility provider PG&E specifically required it in the letter that was provided in that same variance request. Position 7 points out errors and incompleteness in the application packet. The project plans did not include detailed before and after views of the equipment. The environmental form was erroneous, had errors and was incomplete. Crown's response was that they complied with the application requirements and that the environmental form was filled out consistent with other previously approved permits. And staff's response is that the project plans sufficiently provided before and after views in the elevations with enough detail for staff to understand the project. Also, the city is subject to CEQA, for which this project is categorically exempt. With that, staff's conclusion is that the application did satisfy the design standards and ordinance applicable to this permit and complied with the FCC regulations. The proposed site is the only technically feasible existing support structure. All exceptions were granted as warranted, and the city follows CEQA, for which this application is categorically exempt. And our recommendation is to deny the appeal and adopt a statement. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so now we can hear from the appellant.
Yeah, I'm on it.
Good evening, Chair and Commissioners. My name is Ariel Strauss, counsel for Jeff Adams. As before, I want to object to the jurisdiction of the Commission based on the current ordinance requiring a hearing officer. I'll turn it over to my client, and then I will come back to discuss the alternatives. Thank you.
Thanks, Ariel. Commissioners, thank you for your service to the city. It's greatly appreciated. You guys have put in a lot of work, I'm sure a lot more than you thought, in this very important topic of bringing 5G to the city. I want to begin, next slide, and I'm going to go fast, so just be ready. I want to begin just by re-emphasizing why we all are here tonight. It's because Crown Castle and bringing 5G to our city has taken a terrible approach. They've taken advantage of the city at pretty much every turn. They've refused to have meetings with the neighborhood. They have taken advantage of city staff by dumping volumes of work on them, which has put them in a terrible situation where they've had to trust what Crown Castle has told them, and then they're forced to defend that at hearings like this. This puts them in an unwinnable situation. Next slide. Let's begin. There really is no need for a new site at all. I have 5G at my property at 721. I've had it since 2024 when they turned on the Poplar site. What's shown here is the FCC's mobile test application. I get 17 megabits outdoor, 10 megabits down indoor. I'm a longtime Verizon customer. There's no issues with any quality with regard to data or voice. Next slide, you can move through that. These are two slides that just reiterate all of the claims with regard to signal propagation by Crown Castle are not factual. Slide 6, this is just a history of the applications. This is the epitome of the gamesmanship that Crown Castle has played with the city. They filed an application with violations. Upon appeal, they withdraw it, they refile it. Upon appeal, they withdraw it. They do this to put more work on the city. The city has to do all of the work each and every time there's a submission. This is wasted time and effort and resources for all of us. Next slide, please. I want to highlight one thing. In the second application that was submitted, staff approved an application that had a violation in it. They corrected that in the third application, the current application. I point this out not to bag on staff. I point it out just as proof that we have approved permits that have violations in them, including this one. Just because staff has approved a permit does not mean there are no violations in it. Next slide, please. Our design standards are really to get at aesthetics. What are we looking at and where is it? That's really the whole purpose of to make sure it fits into our community. Next slide, please. There are 5 violations that are committed in this application. I'm going to go through these quickly. The first, next slide, please. The violation is this is not the least obtrusive with regard to size. We've talked about this. If you go to slide 11, half of the canister is air. And the notion that you cannot come up with a solution because of heat dissipation issues suggests that somebody doesn't understand heat transfer or thermodynamics. There are plenty of companies that do this for a living. Next slide, please. this is one design that shows a possible less obtrusive solution. This orienting, because the antennas are oriented at 120 degrees, you could have an oval shape, you could have a smaller cylinder if a cylinder is your preference. In either event, that creates a slimmer visual profile for pedestrians and drivers on Edgewood, as well as for the residents. Next slide, please. Slide 13. All of these vendors do what I'm talking about. This is a very competitive market, and any of these will do it. San Mateo is not a one-size-fits-all community, and we should not be expecting to use the same equipment everywhere and in all cases. Next slide, please. This is the antenna volume calculation. The correct volume is 4.17. If you go to the next slide, the FCC says that. That's what they call an antenna. You go to the next slide, the Code of Federal Regulations. They say an antenna includes all of the supporting equipment. Even Crown Castle, next slide, they call the 6705 a radio, not antenna. This is an email from them in regards to the antennas radios that they improperly installed around the city. Next slide, please. In either event, it doesn't matter. No matter how you interpret this, they have committed a design standard violation with regard to the antenna size. If you believe the 6705 is the appropriate volume, you have a violation of the least obtrusive canister size or least intrusive size with regard to the antenna. There should be a smaller canister. If you believe that the shroud is the appropriate volume, then you have a violation of the volume. It's 39% over. Either way, there's a violation of one of our design standards. Next slide. Violation number 3 is with regard to the tapering. Our design standard, this is one of the most important ones we have in the city. That's why we do it all over downtown San Mateo, because it gets to how aesthetic this looks and how it fits in. The design standard says this must taper down to the pole. Tapering should be smooth and there should be no surface or cutouts. And staff did not engage with Crown Castle on this particular issue. On slide 20, instead, once again, Crown Castle misleading. They requested a variance citing a PG&E document with item 26 that has nothing to do with tapering. The only thing that this standard from PG&E says is that there must be a 1-inch clearance between the bottom of the shroud and the top of the pole. It has nothing to do with tapering. This is purely misleading by Crown Castle. It's exactly what they've done in multiple applications. Next slide, please. This is how you fix the problem. On the left is their proposed design. It does not conform with our design standards. It has 1 inch of clearance with PG&E, but it doesn't conform to our design standards. On the right, it's very easy to do a taper. Very easy. And frankly, it's quite cost efficient for them to do it as well. In both cases, PG&E is okay. There's 1 inch clearance, but only the one on the right is compliant with the city of San Mateo. Once again, they chose the least cost solution. Next slide, please. This is very common. Every single utility pole you see that has these facilities on top of it in other cities tapers to the top. It's extremely common. Even their own manufacturer, Charles Industries, of the shroud sells these skirts, yet they didn't want to do it because they did not want to spend the additional capital. Next slide, please. This is an example of another vendor that does this. There are very many of these that will do this custom work. It's very cost competitive. We did a public records request. There's no record of any discussions at all between Crown Castle and city staff with regard to tapering or with regard to searching for a more visually appealing solution. They didn't do their job. Next slide. Tapering is incredibly important, as I said. This is a light in downtown San Mateo, and this is how you bring the technology into our community and make it visually attractive and visually appealing. This standard, as I said, is incredibly important. It's as important as any of the other design standards. It doesn't take a back seat to least obtrusiveness, volume, obstruction of views. Just like we have other design standards with regard to protection of trees, conduits for wires, stickers, things that are obtrusive in and of themselves. We don't say that we don't need those because they're more obtrusive or they add volume to the structure. And the last thing, or last point I want to make on tapering, because this came up in the last hearing, Chair Narita made a very good statement, I thought very impactful, at one of the first appeal hearings we had. She said, City Council makes policy. City Council makes the law, City Council makes the standards. The commission's job is just to make sure that there's compliance. The commission does not make policy. Next slide. There is 4 view obstructions with regard to this facility. Next slide. On page 26, you can see the photo simulation, once again, very misleading. It doesn't capture any of the property. It doesn't show any of the obstruction for the neighbor that's directly across the street. There's nothing between the structure and his front door, which is also 50 feet away, like mine. Next slide, please. This is the view obstruction from the office. It's 50 feet away at eye level. If I was at home doing this over Zoom, I would do this. It would be right here over my shoulder. Next slide. This is view from bedroom 1, a habitable living area, also directly at eye level. On the second floor, view obstructed. Next slide, please. This is a view from bedroom 2 in the middle on the second floor. Also, the view is obstructed directly at eye level. This is this next slide. This is the view from bedroom 3, also in the front of the house, also at eye level, also an obstructed view. Lastly, this is the view from the living room, directly, again, at a 90-degree angle like we have in the new policy. It's exactly in front, obstructed view from a habitable living area. Next slide. The last violation is not the least obtrusive location, and it isn't even close. It was hard to evaluate their alternative sites, quite frankly. There were so many errors in that. This is just a pattern that we've seen in every application. The reasons for dismissing the alternative sites have changed in each of the 3 successive applications. Why is that? They had trees in there. That went away because it was a bogus excuse. The information that they have in this one has wrong pole heights, it has wrong property addresses, it has wrong information with regard to Geo 95 and feasibility. Next slide, please. These are some of the alternative sites that Ariel's going to go through in a minute. The last thing I want to say, if you could go to slide 34, and I'll move through this briefly. If anybody has questions, I'm happy to answer it. We took the blue ring around the proposed location. There are 6.5 houses inside that blue ring. If you move that blue ring to each of those alternative sites where it says houses covered, that's the number of houses inside the blue ring. The second line below it is the number of shared houses. Those are the number of houses that are in the blue ring at the proposed location. They are also in the blue ring at the alternative location. In every case, you have a majority, if not all, of the houses covered, plus you get additional houses. The coverage objective and the rationale for targeting houses inside that blue ring is completely bogus, consistent with what they've done. Why? Because this is not the business that they want. They want fixed wireless. They don't want to say it because if they did, then you couldn't use the FCC rules. I'll defer to you now, Ariel.
Thank you. Good evening. Staff twice noted that there were consultations with experts. However, we did do a record request. There are no records of these reports from any consultants on this site other than on the RF safety. We also are very curious about this issue about the top-mounted extension prohibition according to PG&E. We have not obtained any documents that show that this has been relayed to staff. I also want to point out, let's turn to alternative 11, please. Thank you. Alternative 11 is very similar to the proposed site. Now, with the pole, the height stated here is 39 feet. If it's 39 feet, there's plenty of space to rearrange these these various wires and have enough space for a top-mounted canister. If it happens to be lower, then it should be replaced. Crown Castle did the same thing on 401 Dorchester, replaced a very similar non-electrical wire pole in order to make space for a top-mounted antenna. You could see on the proposed site that there is a service drop for electrical service, and that requires some additional space on top. That can be obtained with a replacement pole. A replacement pole in Design Guidelines number 22 has no restrictions on it. In contrast, there's a requirement that it must be the least obtrusive location that is possible. The question is it possible to make it less obtrusive by using a replacement pole? Is it feasible to have a top-mounted antenna with a replacement pole? Both answers are in the affirmative. Can you show me the next slide, please? The next slide shows how alternative 11 is the least obtrusive site. It is positioned between property lines or very close to it. Property lines are a requirement if you're going to use a new freestanding pole. They're not a requirement here, but they are an indication of what is less intrusive because that means that the direct frontage on the house is minimized. You could also see that the windows from those adjacent houses do not face the pole, they face outward. Looking out across at the pole, it looks straight down the street, Bromfield. It also looks catty-corner into another home that has a pretty good foliage and a good setback. At that height, that is absolutely the least obtrusive location. We also heard from staff that there are a number of locations that are feasible, alternative 14 and potentially alternative 18 with rearrangement as well. You're required to make a finding D, which is why all alternative locations designed identified administrative record are not technically feasible. There are technically feasible alternatives. Therefore, Crown Castle has not met the requirements for a limited exception. And in fact, many of their statements about infeasibility referring to Geo 95 are actually, admittedly, according to staff, incorrect. For alternative 14, regarding this potential tree issues, the right answer is to bring in an arborist, use an RF consultant, not just dismiss it based on Geo 95. Similar with alternative 18, the answer is to rearrange those antennas and then give you the option to decide which one is least obtrusive. Thank you.
All righty. Will the applicant like to have would the applicant like to have their presentation?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
Good evening again, everyone. We Again, appreciate the time and effort that the staff and the commission have put into reviewing this application. We believe that the director's decision to approve this wireless facility was correct and proper. We do not believe that any of the appellant's contentions have merit, nor do they justify rejection of the permit application. Next slide, please. A little bit of history on this one again. There have been a couple of instances of the notice of incomplete procedure where staff have reviewed the application thoroughly, provided notes on any non-compliance, and asked for additional information, which we've provided and addressed at each phase. Next slide, please. This just illustrates the diligence that staff have in approving these applications. I'd also like to note here that the applicant is following the procedure of the standards for the application process to the letter of those standards. If we didn't, the application would not be approved. So any assertions that we are not following the only procedure to get these permits is false. History continued here. On February 7th, the city provided the decision letter noting the conditional approval. Also on the 7th, the shot clock expired. On February 18th, the applicant provided a notice of deemed approved status. And while our rights to enforce the deemed approved status under state law remain intact, we are here tonight in good faith to participate in the city's process, just as we have in the past. Next slide, please. So again, this here, the first bullet is the direct quote from the city's design standards. The commission's review de novo, with the appellant having the burden of proof to establish a factual basis and reason for the overturning of the director's decision. Again, on this one, we agree with the public works staff and the director's decision that the application meets the criteria set forth in the municipal code. It's compliant with all sections of the code and the design standards. We comply with all applicable laws, including the RF emission regulations by the FCC. And additionally, the permit has been deemed complete by the director and by staff. A couple of additional points that I want to make before I bring Liz in. On the volumetric issues raised by the appellant, I don't agree with the appellant's interpretation there. But if you did take either of those interpretations, you would essentially be precluding the use of a shroud because it would not be technically feasible to provide one, or you would be precluding the use of the antennas that we are intending to use in this installation. The latter situation would amount to effective prohibition. So the volumetric issues in their interpretation would not be consistent with the design standards in the sense that the design standards require that they do not lead to effective prohibition. And again, I don't agree with their interpretation to begin with. As for the taper, I agree with staff's interpretation, and this was our intent when we filed this application, thinking about how to be least intrusive to the community. A taper would increase the height and increase the volume of this installation, which would increase the impact to views. So again, we're trying to think through the best solution for the community. We've found that the proposed solution is the best solution, and staff agree with that assessment. And the appellant also noted that there are technically feasible alternatives. And I would like to correct that statement that there are no technically feasible alternatives and that staff have agreed with this assessment under their own review and the review of their consultants. So with that, we will be here for questions. I will be here, and I will turn it over to Liz for anything that you'd like to add. Thank you.
Thank you. Liz?
Thank you. Just want to make sure that I am being heard.
Yes.
Thank you. As stated before, the applicable standard here is the standard established in the 2018 FCC order. I will reiterate, as I did in the previous application, that the standard articulated therein is the law of the land. And I also want to highlight one point that I think is especially relevant here, given the comments that we heard from the appellant. all Crown Castle needs to do in order to meet the correct standard in the 2018 order is to show that it is introducing a new service or improving existing service. Again, it doesn't have to show what the service level might be at the appellant's home, whether or not he deems the service to be appropriate or sufficient is not something to be taken into account under the correct standard. I think that's probably all the comment that is necessary at this point. We refer any and all questions kind of fall within our understanding, our previously described understanding of the FCC order and other applicable laws. And I'm here to answer any questions or further discuss any of these points as needed. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so we will go to public comment. Madam Clerk, do we have anyone for public comment?
We have 2 in person and none online.
Okay, great. So 3 minutes per speaker, please.
Irina and Lindsay, you guys can both make your way down.
Hello, everyone. I'd like to respond to Crown's earlier claim that the Verizon CEO's announcement was marketing. What the CEO of Verizon says on MSNBC to an international audience on how far the signal for these antennas travel is not marketing material, because the CEO is well aware that he would be opening himself and the company up to liability from the FTC and the SEC, where you can't make false advertisement or misleading and false claims. Shareholders could sue for investing based on these facts. So Crown Castle should please respectfully spare us the "it's just marketing" talk. Furthermore, Ericsson's VP, as you all are aware, also confirmed just how far these signals travel, and it's much, much farther than Crown states. And even Crown, if I'm not mistaken tonight, said it does depend on how much power is used. So that's a question worth, I think, investigating. That being said, regarding the deemed approved letter situation for tonight's Edgewood appeal, Crown Castle has essentially said that they're at these hearings as a courtesy, and they're not binding in their view. Hopefully, despite the fact that Crown Castle has sent this deemed approval letter to the city indicating that they view these appealed permits as complete, approved, and already issued due to differences with the city over the understanding of the shot clock dates, it will not in any way impact the quality of these hearings, and I hope it doesn't cloud your judgment tonight either. Given the view that Crown Castle views these appeal hearings as non-binding and are here in their own words as a courtesy only, and that absent a lawsuit from the city contesting those dates, we understand that Crown Castle intends to move forward with construction of these facilities regardless of the outcome of these hearings. We sincerely hope the Commission will not be intimidated by Crown's idle threats and will still treat these appeal processes as important and valid and impactful, even if Crown Castle does not recognize the validity of them. And finally, we have noticed that you commissioners have been asking really great questions, a lot more in-depth and direct questions, which we truly appreciate. And we think it's helpful that these hearings are happening. Clearly, it's a function that you're gaining more information with more of the hearings. However, it seems that Crown Castle and staff continue to not answer your questions definitively, or they answer them with irrelevant or inaccurate information. And so we would just strongly urge you to encourage you to not let them off the hook. Please dig deeper when you get answers similar to what one of our commissioners has called fluff in previous meetings. And I also actually, since I have a few seconds left, a few years ago, some students at NYU who actually one was a fourth-year PhD student in wireless engineering at NYU. He traveled to his professor's some rural area, and they noticed that these signals, millimeter waves, travel more than 6 miles in rural Virginia 5G experiment. I'm sure you can find that online. And they were amazed at the speeds. And even though there were hills and trees blocking and all kinds of obstructions, signals were great. 200 feet is bogus. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good evening, commissioners. Staff should not be backfilling what's missing in Crown Castle's applications. If Crown doesn't explain why communication wires can be consolidated and don't do it in their presentation, staff should not show up tonight and explain it for the first time. It's the applicant's burden. Respectfully, Commissioner Rowinski, it is not your job as commissioner to be worrying about the greater network of Crown Castle. Your job is to confirm that the proposed site is the least obtrusive. Jonathan Kramer from Telecom Law Firm himself told you that rarely will only one site ever work. And here we have at least 4 appeals where Crown Castle has eliminated over 50 poles in total. Commissioners, you keep buying the same vague explanations from Crown over and over again. Thank you.
Thanks. All right. Were those the 2?
Yes.
Okay, great. So now we'll have 5-minute rebuttal from the appellant.
No, you want slides? Thank you, Chair. I just have one comment. I'm going to hand it over to Ario. I just want to address, the applicant said that in dismissing the taper violation, we think this is the best solution. They don't get to think what the best solution is. The design standard is the design standard. The variance that they put in with their application and that the staff accepted dealt with one and only one issue, and that was the PG&E standard, which is not relevant to the taper. They are not allowed and not permitted to factor in other design standards like increased volume or obtrusiveness. If they thought those were relevant, they never would have asked for an NOI, and then would have demanded those considerations be in the response in the variance memo. It's not relevant.
Thank you. This is exactly the slide. Thank you. So I want to point out here again that Crown Castle has a history of making sites feasible when they want them. They can do their due diligence. They can make things work. This is, again, what you're looking at right now is the 401 Dorchester appeal from last week and last month, and the plans associated with that. You see that what they did was they had a pole that was only 23 feet 9 inches and replaced it with a pole that was, I believe, close to 30 feet. It's a very similar type of situation. It's critical that it be evaluated for the feasibility of a replacement pole. There are no restrictions in design policy number 22 on replacing poles if that is required in order to have the least obtrusive location. I also want to point out that there appears to be some disagreement between staff and Crown Castle about whether alternative 14 is feasible. We did a very extensive public records request regarding communications and also expert analysis, and we didn't see any interaction between the city and Crown Castle concerning ways that alternative 14 could be made feasible in terms of asking Crown Castle, do you have a problem with the RF propagation because of this tree? What would an arborist say? This tree appears to be coming from private property onto the roadway. I think the standard that the chair is pointing out is, in fact, to have those trimmed appropriately anyway. And the answer that should happen is the arborist will assess, is that a problem for the tree? What is the RF situation? It's not appropriate now to have a sort of another story for why the excuse that Crown Castle gave is not adequate, yet the staff is inclined to approve it in any case. Again, I want to point out the requirements that this commission has in the required findings in the policy item D. The applicant has provided the director with a meaningful comparative analysis with the factual reasons why all alternative locations and/or designs identified in ministry record, whether suggested by the applicant, the city, public comments, or any other source, are not technically feasible, potentially available to reasonably achieve the applicant's reasonable and clearly defined technical service objective to be achieved by the proposed wireless facility. The applicant has the burden of demonstrating this. The applicant has not demonstrated. There are feasible alternatives that have not been adequately evaluated. The right approach for evaluating the aesthetics of a site is not in this form. The applicant should be submitting detailed comparisons, visual assessments, all these types of alternatives that you want to be seeing. They haven't done it. It's their burden. I also want to point out that alternative 18, I note that staff said that the site as it exists is not feasible. It does not appear to have any crossing wires, though if the height is high enough, crossing wires can be addressed. Thank you. I appreciate you turning to that slide. Crossing wires can be addressed if there's sufficient height. Here, these wires appear to be running straight across, and a rearrangement would enable a below wire orientation. And the question should be, once that this is an exception site, is that preferred based on the visual impact? Here you can see that this site is situated at a property line, and it's also well camouflaged from across the street. Additionally, I want to reiterate the request to the commission to find out from staff whether there is any support that exists from this notion that PG&E no longer approves top-mounted extensions in order to make additional poles feasible. According to my request to PG&E, they did not provide me a specific document other than referencing the Green Book. The Green Book relevant portions are attached here at the end of this application, and there is no statement there that top-mounted extensions cannot be used in order to make additional sites feasible for the preferred design that the city has in its policy. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Would the applicant like to provide a 5-minute rebuttal?
Yes, please.
Great.
Very few points here. I think the only thing I'd like to point out is that staff's presentation noted that there are not other technically feasible alternatives. I think that was pretty clear. So that's really my only point here. Liz, if you had anything, feel free to chime in.
Liz, anything
Thanks,
further?
Tyler. Can you hear
Okay.
me? Am I being heard?
Yes.
Great. Just a quick comment here. Are the applicant's burdens to provide the information required by code and written standards? That is the governing authority when it comes to these applications and how they are reviewed, approved, or denied. That's our burden, to meet the code and the written standards, not to guess what constituents, residents think that the requirements ought to be. That was just the only point I wanted to clarify. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Okay. So at this time, we have commissioner discussion and questions. Anyone have questions and would like to go first? Commissioner Robbins?
Sure.
Oh, you guys both did it. It's like, all right, Commissioner Robbins.
Yeah. I want to ask staff, I've been I have a copy of the packet on my laptop, and scanning PDFs is tough. So I've been trying to find the variance memo. I wanted to focus on this tapering issue. Because the design standards are pretty clear, it must be tapered. Was a variance given and I'm just not finding it on the taper? And if so, what was the basis?
I could go ahead and get this started. So when we look at the taper as well as something that was brought up in terms of increased height, both of those were languages or are languages that's in the design standard. One thing that we really want to consider from the commission is, when staff are making these decisions, it's not exactly black and white, and there's a balancing component to it. When we looked at the potential for tapering, as the appellant had demonstrated in their, it looks like, exhibit, there is an increased volume in terms of the overall, I would call that shrouding or antenna, as well as the increased height. From staff's perspective, in terms of what fits into the aesthetics of the existing utility pole that is cylindrical in nature, this would fit the nature of the aesthetics of it. So that's our opinion. We made a decision on it. In terms of the limited exception, I don't recall that. Jason, I don't know if you have an update on that.
Yeah, the limited exception is in the memo. It's the section just after the ASA, alternate sites analysis.
Could you help me with a page number of the packet?
It's in the variance memo at the very end. It only has the PG
202?
commentary in it.
202? Yeah. Or 209, it pops up on mine, I think. Okay. So again, I'm missing it. Was it actually discussed in there? If so,
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
On page, I have to pull up the packet, but it's the second page of the memo. I believe it starts at.
Yeah.
202 is a picture of an aerial of the home.
Commissioner Robbins, if you go to 519, I think that's where you'll find the variance memo. If you search for 519 on your PDF packet.
Okay.
518 is the words variance memo, and then the memo content starts on 519.
Yeah, okay. Thanks, everybody, for holding my hand on that. Really, alternative side, sorry. Take me a moment. Okay, so the short answer is it is addressed as a variance, and for the reasons, Jay, that you mentioned, right? Okay, that's.
But it's not for the reasons that he mentioned.
Forgive me, but I'm not addressing you.
That's not a correct statement.
Please.
So I have to reinforce that this is commission discussion and question time. So commissioners can talk and they decide who they talk to. It's a limited public forum and the public part has concluded.
I understand. I'm
Thank
sorry.
you.
That's it for now. I may come back. But thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Krantz.
It seems like the elephant in the room is about the taper. So let's just cut to the chase. If that's what they want, would we be willing to write an LOA, a letter of agreement, to modify this slightly to put a taper, a more appropriate taper on the top of this pole? I'm sensing head shaking.
I could get this started. As mentioned, I think from staff's perspective, when we're balancing this, our decision is that what was presented is the least obtrusive and the one that fits our design standards the best.
Because where I live, Mariners Island Boulevard, we have those long tapered ones. They look beautiful. And it sounds like that's what the homeowner would like. If he has to stare at something all day long, that would be more preferable. Is there a mechanism to enable that?
Yeah, we're allowed, I believe the commission is allowed to modify with their motion. Am I correct, Link?
And perhaps this is a question for Stephanie, but from my viewpoint, the commission's role is not to propose a new design, is not to change the existing design, is to determine whether the director's decision should be upheld or reversed.
It's rather black and white. Okay. Because the other elephant in the room is if we move this in front of somebody else's house, we're going to have a new meeting with more people complaining. So at some point we have to make a decision. And I get it. It's complicated. It's personal. And, I think what I've been schooled is that we have to look at this on face value for as it's presented to us, and we have to make a decision on that. We're very, very limited with what we can do, and it's heartbreaking. I get it. But as a commission, that's what we have in front of us. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay. Any other questions? Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Inskeep.
So Lynn, going back to the point that Commissioner Krantz just raised, we are to rule on what staff has concluded as the least obtrusive versus the tapering design.
Right, and I'd like Stephanie's input.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm here. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good evening, commissioners. So you do not need to give deference to city staff's previous decision. With a de novo review, you're kind of stepping into the shoes, if you will, of city staff. And you're starting new, you're starting fresh, and you're going to decide whether you feel that the applicant complied with the design standards.
So if staff's decision is, staff's, and I understand it is there's a lot of myriad points, inputs that go into making the decision. So if staff's decision is the canister, and that's what they've been directed to do, they crown. If we were to modify it to a taper, what would happen? This application would then, we would not be upholding Public Works. We would not be upholding the city's decision. Is that correct?
Correct. If you approve the appeal, you would be denying the permit.
Right. And approving the appeal could be moving to a tapering design.
You would have to deny the permit and point to a design standard that was not met. And then Crown Castle could resubmit and that would be the next step, I would believe.
Okay. Yeah. And one who had visited the sites the site, the canister does move nicely with the pole overall, the silhouette of the pole. And I can understand, once again, this is subjective. So if Jeff prefers canister, tapered, staff has determined canister. Staff did the best they can and within this permit. Thank you.
Okay, great. So just clarifying question. Jason, do you want to speak a little bit more to alternative 14 with the picture of that tree and when you brought up tree removal or like
Certainly.
branch removal or something? Could you just clarify what you were talking about for that one?
Yeah, I was just getting to the theoretical. If it was to be replaced, then you have a design standard against protection of trees, and that would require, let me just get a visual up for everyone. Here you go, on the left. All 14, it's surrounded by the tree, but it also is similar to Alt 11, where it's a guy and a comms pole. So there's no clearance on the top or bottom of it. But assuming if it was replaced, then we can foresee that there would be heavy tree pruning, and or if you didn't prune the tree, then you would severely limit the antenna's ability to meet the target objective, rendering it infeasible from that standpoint as well.
Okay, so this pole as it is right now is in violation. Like if we would not be able to do anything on this pole because of GO 95 as it stands right now.
As it stands right now.
And what I'm hearing appellant talk about with Alt 14 was, like you said, if you were to do the replacement pole, blah, blah, blah. But in our design standards, my understanding is that replacement poles is not like the thing we like to do. We would prefer to use an existing pole. Is that accurate?
The preference is an existing pole.
When technically feasible.
When technically feasible.
Okay. They also talked. No, I'm asking questions of staff, Ariel. So appellant also talked about alternative 11 as a proposed and spent significant time talking about this one. So can you clarify why staff's position is this one is technically infeasible?
This one, again, same as the other one where it's an existing pole and we're not assuming it's replaced. So the existing pole doesn't have space on top or below, but we can go into the theoretical if it was replaced, if you'd like.
Okay, but basically, again, this pole as it stands right now is technically infeasible. It would require a replacement pole. And the city makes a decision, and this is the city decision, that an existing pole is preferred to a replacement pole.
That's correct.
Okay. So now, Ariel, now having heard that, what do you have to say in response?
Appreciate the opportunity, Chair. Yes. Let me just run through quickly a few design standards, and I'll be as brief as I can. So number one, least obtrusive. The requirement is that the proposed installation shall be the least obtrusive possible in compliance with the design standards. Number 22 is where it gets into the issue of replacement pole. It says replacement pole location. All replacement poles must, 1, be located as close to a moved pole as possible, 2, be aligned with other existing poles along the public right-of-way, and 3, be compliant with all applicable standard specifications identified by or required by the city. There is no standard in the policy about replacement poles being non-preferred. There is language that new poles, standalone poles, are very not preferred. But if staff has some notion that that's the way they behave, I understand that, but this is a de novo hearing with the commission's determination.
Understood. Okay, thank you. My comment, and I do not require a response from you, Ariel, just to be clear, but my comment would be on design standard 1, the first sentence says that wireless facilities should be installed on existing standard streetlights or utility poles whenever technically feasible. So that language, I interpret that language to mean if there is an existing pole then we do not go to design standard 22 for a replacement pole. And that is my reading of the design standards. And I believe that is consistent with staff's readings of the design standards, that in this case, design standard 1, if there's an existing pole, will trump design standard 22 for a replacement pole. That is my reading. Jason, is that consistent with the city staff's reading?
That's correct. And to clarify, that's pole selection standard 1, which is criteria for which pole to prefer, and it says existing poles.
Okay, thank you. So then the tension between height and shrouding, the tapering, this actually came up in one of the last appeals we did. It came up in 401 Dorchester. My understanding of that one, and Ariel, you actually brought this up in terms of the similarity. My understanding of that one was the same issue. City staff provided the limited exception to not require shrouding, not require the tapering of the shroud because it would increase height. Because basically between design standard 2 on height and design standard, oh gosh, help me out on the shrouding one, guys. What is it? 14. Between design standard 2 on height and design standard 14 on shrouding, the city staff made a determination, and this was a decision, that basically height, minimizing height is a priority. And so the city staff made the determination that it's willing to forego tapering of the shroud in order to minimize height. That was the fact pattern, and in terms of the decision on 401 Dorchester, this seems to be the same fact pattern here for Edgewood. Is that, Jason and Jay, consistent with your understanding? Am I relaying our analysis in that prior hearing and applying it? If I were to apply it consistently, would that be consistent with the facts of this hearing?
That's correct. The balance is considering least obtrusive and obstruction of views versus that increase in height and volume to the shroud. So the taper is an increase in volume, and it would require an increase in height to accommodate this tapering down.
Okay. So then essentially, in my mind, the commission has already spoken on, from that last appeal, we have already, in my mind, spoken on accepting staff's analysis of when the tension is between a height and tapering of shroud. We have already said that we agree with staff on the analysis that minimizing height is an acceptable, kind of priority within that design standard, in lieu of tapering and increased volume. That's my interpretation of our analysis in 401 Dorchester, and I feel comfortable reapplying this analysis here. The difference here is that I understand that the appellant wants something higher and something tapered. That is completely valid for personal opinion, but given the commission and given city staff, and given the need for some level of consistency, we've already actually agreed on the tension between those two design standards in my mind.
Through the chair, if I may comment on that.
Sure.
Thank you. I think it is critical to recognize that the question that you asked correctly, from the standpoint of inquiry at 401 Dorchester, is not within the scope of appeal. So it really wasn't an issue that had been necessarily within the commission's appeal jurisdiction, let's say. Here, it is put forward, and it is an option that is requested. I don't think there's such a thing as precedent that is binding on the commission. The commission here is looking at each application as it comes down to it. And here it says that it must taper down to the pole. In every instance, the taper is going to add some amount of volume. And so the question is going to be, is that visual impact of the volume somehow something that would override the must taper down to the pole? Because essentially, otherwise, it seems to me that you just would end up reading it out of design number 14, since invariably it will almost always be higher or broader because it adds some skirt.
Yes, I actually asked this entire line of questioning, Ariel, at the last meeting, because I also had these inquiries, and I personally was satisfied with city staff's analysis, which is design standard 2 and design standard 14 at times are in tension. And in that case, staff makes a decision that design standard 2 to minimize height overall is the priority, and therefore is willing to make a limited exception in those cases. The decision, my understanding of the decision then and the decision here is very much the same. I do acknowledge, though, that the appellant wants something different, but I think there is actual value and consistency of city staff analysis. Okay, no, sorry, let's go to Commissioner Krantz.
So
Yes.
one thing we've heard tonight was the one size doesn't fit all policy, which kind of flies in the face of what we just discussed. And before I make a motion, I'd like to discuss with you guys, if we approve this with a side letter that is simply going to put a tapered skirt on, and then when they resubmit it, there's no hearing required, it's just approved. Is that something you guys could get on board with?
I don't think procedurally that's what we can do. We have to either approve or deny the application
Trying the King Solomon method.
as written. I appreciate the creativity, but I think just from a process position, we have to either approve or deny the application as it stands. Any other clarifying questions or comments? Okay. Would anyone like to make a motion for a decision? Okay, so, I can do it if you want. Did you want to?
I
Okay.
defer to you. Well, I'll just state that my line of inquiry was responded in part by staff, but I want to thank the chair for really clarifying. Yeah, there is a tension in the design standards that, and I can't speak for the appellant as to what they really want, as opposed to making perfectly good argument that this design standard 14 isn't being met. And the reason is, of course, that there's tension between that and 2, and staff went with 2. But anyway, I just wanted to thank you. You clarified that in my mind. Go ahead and make your motion, please.
Okay, so with that, I would move to deny the appeal and accept the permit. And my reasoning would be that appellant did not address a burden of proof to deny the appeal, to deny the permit, and I found staff's presentation particularly persuasive. Lynn, do I have to mention Crown Castle? I mean, I don't, like, staff really carried the water on this one to me.
It's up to you. Whatever your findings are. You know,
Okay,
provide
staff,
the basis of your.
I think this was staff. This was, no offense to Tyler or Liz, but I feel like this one was staff helped to clarify things. That would be.
I'll second the motion as you characterized it.
Commissioner Robbins,
Aye.
Chair Narita,
Aye.
Commissioner Rowinski,
Aye.
Commissioner Krantz.
Yes.
Motion passes 4-0.
Okay, so at this point, Lynn, you will need how much time, perhaps?
I'm going to shoot for 15 minutes. if
Okay, you'll need
possible.
15 minutes to make the statement of decision, draft up the statement of decision. We will reconvene in 15 minutes to review and confirm. All right, thank you, everyone. back, we have a statement of decision. Hard copies are available at the front.
Chair Narita, if I
Yes.
may.
Oh, yes. And I'm sorry. Yes,
Yeah.
we have to first pass a motion because we are past 11 o'clock. Do we agree to continue working? Apologies that we took that break and got confusing.
Second.
Oh, so I will, okay, hold on. I will make the motion to continue.
Second.
Commissioner Robbins,
De facto, but yes, aye.
Chair Narita,
Yes.
Commissioner Lewinsky,
Of course.
and Commissioner Krantz.
Enthusiastically, yes.
All right,
Passes.
thank you. So now at this point, do any of the commissioners have any feedback on the statement of decision? Lynn has kindly put it up on the screen.
And Chair Narita, we also
Yes.
have hard copies here up the front for the
Yes.
public, should anybody need one.
Great, thank you. Yes, so design standard 2, I asked that exact, yeah. So design standard 2 shows up under basis for determination on page 4. It talks about how the tapering is in conflict with design standard 2. And just basically the staff makes decisions
A quick question.
based on that. Yeah.
So how does some parts of San Mateo get a taper and other parts don't? I missed, maybe it's just.
Oh, I don't know.
question
Like,
for-
let's focus on the statement of decision. That's a good question. I would recommend taking it offline with staff.
Okay.
But let's focus on the statement of decision. Any questions or feedback on the statement of decision as drafted? I do not have any questions. Okay, great. Could I get a motion, please, to approve the statement of decision?
So moved.
Thank you.
Second.
Great.
Commissioner Robbins,
Aye.
Chair Narita,
Yes.
Commissioner Lewinsky,
Yes.
Commissioner Krantz.
Yes.
Motion passes 4-0.
Great, thank you. Okay. Now, hold on one second. We're not quite done. We have the last thing on our agenda is, are there any other reports and announcements?
Just quickly through the chair, I'll just say that we do have 2 more appeals coming on April 9th. And then hopefully we're going to get back to some other types of S&I business. I know that Andrea has multiple items, I think, scheduled for the May meeting. And depending on how long those items she thinks are going to take, we may also try to schedule our quarterly bike and pet update that meeting. If not, then we'd be probably looking at the June meeting for the quarterly bike and pet update.
Okay, and just to confirm, so we don't anticipate needing a special meeting in April?
We have these remaining 2 appeals that we're scheduling for April 9th. We have 2 more permits that have not had decisions made, but we don't anticipate that those are going to be coming back. We anticipate that they likely will get appealed based on past practice, but at this point, we're still waiting on Crown Castle to respond to notice of incomplete on those 2 items. So we don't have a time frame on that at this point.
Okay, great. And there's no other agenda items from Public Works or from sustainability that is more urgent?
Well, I think it's more urgent for us to get the appeals done.
Oh,
in April.
totally.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, April. But like, do we need an additional thing? Like, does Andrea need it? Usually she does it in April. I don't know if she's under deadline. It sounds like May is okay.
Yeah,
I just
think
want to
so.
confirm.
We checked with her, and I'll
Okay.
double check. But we asked that question. And I think she was okay.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you for asking in that way. Okay, great. Thank you. With that, we'll close this meeting. Thank you to all staff and to the